I'll get a chance to talk to a driver or two in a minute. Chaz, I don't know if you're back in the box, are you?
I am indeed, mate, yes.
Obviously he's not up there just yet.
I am, I'm here, I'm here, mate.
We'll get Chaz up in the main box very shortly.
I don't think John can hear me. Hello everyone. Welcome back to the action. And welcome back to British weather. It looked like we'd just about missed the worst of it. But right now, I'm afraid we are getting said worst of it at the moment, but this should make the racing all the more spicy, I imagine.
Well, I'm back in the assembly area now with Ryan Smith, and Ryan was suffering a few problems after the qualifying this morning. Ryan, apart from the obvious that it's now absolutely lashing it down, have you sorted the truck?
I'm just gutted for the spectators, really. You know, they've come out in force. I went round the campsite last night. I'm just ashamed for them for the rain. For me, it just evens it out. So we'll press on and see where we can get to.
The problems you had in qualifying all sorted?
Well, the clerk of the course has not been back in touch. He deleted 3 of our fast laps. We can't change the decision. We'll get on with it and we'll put a display on for the crowd.
I guess with these conditions that's not really going to make a great deal of difference. It's going to be a very different race now to what it would have been.
Yeah, this will mix it up a bit. This puts everybody on even curl, so we'll see what we can do, but we'll be there fighting.
Good luck, mate. You're leading the championship at the minute. Let's hope you're still doing it in another 20 minutes. Ryan Smith, ladies and gentlemen, championship leader. Now, I don't know whether we can...
We get to speak to the driver of the pace truck. This is Luke Osborne. Luke, tell us about this absolute beast behind you.
So we got the TGX D38 640. So it's a powerful truck, and it's a truck of the year, and it's a special edition Lioness as well. So it's got a very nice cab, very nice interior, but also got the horsepower as well.
It's very shiny as well. Who cleans it? Because it is kept absolutely immaculate.
Well, we've got a few valeters on site. They've kept it clean, so, and obviously we keep the interior clean as well. So.
And I mean, it looks absolute pristine, brand new. Are you going to be using this at all sort of British truck racing events this season?
No, so it's actually Stuart Oliver's truck. He's let us borrow it today for the pace truck. So once it's finished here, it will be going into use within his company. So
this is a racing truck or a haulage truck?
A haulage truck.
It is a haulage.
So it's a haulage truck.
But it's leading out the beast today.
Leading it out.
And Luke, how did you get the job as a pace driver at British truck racing events?
Well, I actually work for ML as a regional trainer for the Southwest, and we were down here in the week, and I got asked if I could do it. So I wasn't going to say no.
This is your first time doing it?
First time doing it, on the first race.
Did you get any training?
No training. No training. Jumped in the deep end.
Put your foot down and stay in front of the rest.
That's it.
We look forward to seeing you in the pace truck later on today, Luke.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Here with Martin Gibson and Stuart Oliver of Team Oliver. First of all, Martin, topping qualifying for race 1.
Yeah. Didn't expect that, to be honest, after practice. So there's tricky practice, but it all came together in qualifying.
I mean, it is a super fast track. How do you think it varies from Grand Cap?
Obviously very different because of the gradient, but it's fun in its own way, and it's got its own challenges, so I love it, to be honest.
And aiming to be first into the first corner?
Obviously.
Trying to beat this man here?
Well, yeah, that's right. The key thing is, because we have the same colour trucks, we've got to also remember we are the same team as well, and sometimes it goes a bit away, that idea, but no, it's credit to Martin here, cracking qualifying, so we just we'll see if we can get round the corner side by side.
And you held off championship reigning champion Ryan Smith by 1,000th of a second. Doesn't get much tighter than that, does it?
No, he needs to get his finger out, doesn't he? Really? No, I was close at the end. Yeah, it was. That's really great. You know, when you think you've got nearly 5,300 kilos of truck on a long circuit like this, and you're talking about thousandths of a second difference. You know, it just shows how competitive everything is and how close everything is. And like I said, credit to Martin to get up to the front and pole, and should now lead to some good racing.
You got second place twice at Brands Hatch. Can you go one better?
I'm intending to have, intending to. That's why we're here. We don't come just to drink the tea and have the biscuits. We come to get on the top steps. So that's the aim. Obviously, that's what racing's about.
But a 1-2 for Team Oliver would be pretty special, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would. All weekend long, we'll take that. Yeah, no problem at all.
And Martin, you won one race. It was race 4 at Brands Hatch.
Yeah.
Looking to top the podium again today.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, a 1-2 for me and Stuart. Either way is what we're here for. So fingers crossed.
Now, although you're racing competitively, as a team, will you be trying to hold off Ryan together, or is it completely every man for himself?
I'm scared of all of them, to be honest, especially this one. So just want to get back.
We really look forward to seeing you race. We'll catch up with you later as well. Thank you, guys.
Cheers.
In the paddock with Adam Bint, good qualifying for you.
Yeah, it was better than we expected. We had some issues in the warm-up this morning, and we only managed to do one lap, and so we went out without any adjustments or anything and managed to put on pole, so it's more than we could ask for.
Going to try that tactic again later on?
Yeah, we've not changed anything other than swap some tyres around. We'll go straight out and see how the race comes to us, because the way the weather's coming in, it might even rain before then.
I think it might be a wet one come 3 o'clock or so. Now, tell us about the truck behind you, because it's one of the most recognisable on the grid. Got a bit of a history to it as well.
Yeah, it's a 1989 Volvo White. We built a completely new chassis for it in 2019, but obviously with 2020 we didn't get much running with it, so it's the first time we've been here with it as well, first time we've been round here and put in a qualifying time like that, which is 2 seconds faster than I've ever been round here, so it's going in the right way, and hopefully we can improve over the weekend and over the season.
Now, it's a different sort of track to Brands Hatch. Does that affect the setup in terms of tyres and engine, etc, etc?
Yeah, totally different setup there. Here it's fast flowing corners. At Church you hit it at 100 mile an hour, where Brands Hatch you're slowing right down to 50, 60, some at the hairpin to then drag right down the hill and stuff like that, so it's a totally different setup.
Now, your lap time was 1:40. How much of that time is spent on the button at 100 miles an hour?
I think the average times are something like 78 miles an hour around here or something. Don't quote me on that, but it was something like that.
Fantastic. Well, look, good luck with the race later. Look forward to catching up with you after some races today and tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much.
From the earlier race, the pronunciation that you get, so apologies to the driver, team, family, whatever. But it's Wyazowski. Wyazowski. So WHYSOSKIE. Wyazowski is the phonetic way of saying it.
Thank you very much for getting that, because I don't like to offend people by saying the name wrong.
No, so apologies to them, and we'll try and get that right later on.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you won't be the first person to mispronounce a name in racing commentary. The heat of the battle, things can get a little bit mixed up, I'm sure. But yes, so we see the trucks now making their way onto the outlap. Just a quick run through of the order after the qualifying we had earlier on. Martin Gibson takes pole position in his number 11 GT truck. Stuart Oliver in second on the front row outside there, and surprising qualifying position for flying Ryan Smith in the number 1 truck. He just pipping to the post between the two GT truck friends. We've then of course got John Newell fourth on the outside, followed by Dave Jenkins 69, 86 for Tom O'Rourke, and Mark Taylor 21 bringing up the rear in Division 1. No sign of Jonathan Willis though this weekend, which is unfortunate. He was struggling with some issues at Brands Hatch earlier on in the season, but hopefully we're going to see him later on, possibly next to Donington, I suspect. Down to Division 2 now. Getting to the front of those, we've got Adam Bint, a fantastic effort. I've been told off by Adam Bint's team, by the way, Chaz, for not mentioning the team themselves enough. And actually, there's nothing to do with the driver, it's the team that gets the truck out onto the track. So,
Transfer the credit.
Yeah, there we go to Team Bint, that is your official shout out. Craig Reed in the Iveco number 68. We've then got Stephen Powell in the number 3 Dines truck. Unfortunately, a bit of bad news and a massive shout out to Knuckles, one of their team mechanics, who unfortunately passed away 2 weeks after Brands Hatch. So they're going into this weekend doing it for Knuckles. So I hope everybody here in the stadium can give the number 3 Dying Stock a good cheer as it makes its way around. Jock Borthwick, number 32, a newcomer to the sport as well, his first round at Brands Hatch earlier on. We've then got Simon Cole in the Team Hard Pink Mercedes, number 41. 46 is Bradley Smith, and of course at the back Craig Evans, who I do believe spent most of his morning under his truck, Chaz.
Yes, I know that some of these guys, when one tiny thing goes wrong on such big machines like this, it can be an absolutely catastrophic thing. When we were covering the European series at the Hungaroring a few weeks ago, one of the scrutineering tests to measure the boost pipe actually damaged a boost pipe on the pole sitter's truck.
Oh dear.
And it was his home race. It was Norbert Kish, the Hungarian, leading his own home race. 3 laps in, suddenly black smoke everywhere, and all of the boost pressure was gone. And he was fuming with fuming with the process. Fuming with not just that, but the process as well. You know, the fact that obviously they had to do this test, but he didn't agree with the method in which they did it, and it damaged a part of the truck. But this is just an absolute sight to behold. It's amazing to see these machines lining up here at Thruxton, the fastest circuit in the UK. Plenty of smoke coming from the 32 machine, but it was doing that in qualifying earlier, and it seemed to go all right. So wondering whether that may be just a bit of loose oil dripped on a hot pipe or something like that. I mean, we've all seen it before.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, number 32, Jock Borthwick, actually, I do believe it's a different truck this weekend than what he had at Brands Hatch. Whether it's just a completely new paint job, he was sporting quite a matte grey finish in the MV commercial sponsored MAN at Brands Hatch in the opening of the season. One person who has unfortunately not made it to the race today is Paddy Mack. That is Paul McCumsky. He's unfortunately still in the paddock working tirelessly on his truck. Apparently everything was running perfectly fine until he came to unload the truck here at Thruxton at the beginning of the weekend, and he didn't want to start. Unfortunately they won't be racing this afternoon. Fingers crossed they get something sorted. I know the guys from Bint Racing were helping him out at lunchtime with some electrical tests to see if it was a problem with the injectors. But again, we've got one more race left with the British truck, so hopefully he'll be able to get out for that. Just quickly on the subject of Team Bint, actually, I've been told to say happy birthday to Cara, because of course we'd get in trouble with Team Bint if we don't do what we're told.
Yes, indeed, it certainly seems that way.
What do you think is going to happen with the weather this afternoon?
They're all down below us, guys, and they're not celebrating too much at the minute, so maybe after the race.
Yes,
30
indeed.
seconds board being shown, so we're going to be underway fairly shortly.
Smashing stuff, thank you, John. Weather-wise,
we can see a lot of cloud rolling.
We live in England, mate.
What?
Yes, indeed, yeah, quite a lot
Why
of
are you
cloud.
two talking about the weather and it's me that's standing out in it? That's what I want to know.
It's all about art and perception, John, so we can appreciate the art of the rain from a distance in this lovely little glass box.
Actually, there's just the odd spit in the rain in the air at the minute, nothing too much, although looking behind you and where it came from, it looks like it's coming again, so we could see a wet race.
it looks like we just about missed the worst of it as it went over Goodwood at the far end of the circuit. But yeah, like you say, I think it's going to come round and bite us in the backside.
I'm not sure anybody can count it because they showed a 30-second board. They've just now showed a 1-minute board, but never mind.
Well, that means we've got more time to talk.
They do things differently in truck racing, I've been told. They're counting up.
Yes, they do. They definitely do. Whilst we're on the subject of the weather, some people who may not be too chuffed about the rain ruining their perfect polished finishes, of course, is the convoy show truck drivers, which you'll find in the infield. We've also got the convoy public vote happening this weekend as well. So if you do have time at some point today,
We are rolling.
a little walk through the infield. There's some QR codes posted around the show trucks as well, so you can follow the instructions on your phone. And then, of course, we'll be doing a best in show public vote.
What's going back to Thruxton now? What do you get if you take 5 tons of metal, 1100 horsepower, 12-litre engine, dribble a bit of rain, then throw in the fastest race track in the UK?
They're all
British Truck Racing Championship. Over to Dave Barr.
That's it. I never thought I'd actually get put in the championship.
Evidence at least that we're social distancing.
all the trucks are on their way, guys.
Quality.
I'm social distancing down here on the Jack Jones.
You find yourself some shelter,
Yeah, I'm all
perhaps
right.
a nice brolly.
To be fair,
Yeah.
in this commentary box here, it looks like the roof's about to come in on point two.
I'll be okay. It'll hit my head before it gets to me.
Should we tell John that we've got the aircon?
Yeah.
I don't think we need aircon on. Well, it's rough with the smooth here at Thruxton because I have heard several horror stories because we are surrounded with glass panels and a very thin roof above us, that it does get swelteringly hot in hot weather up here. So it is nice to be outside in the sun and inside in the rain. So
Nice problem.
yeah, definitely.
Yes, it's a nice problem to have indeed.
You chose to wear shorts, John. That's all I'm saying.
I don't dare get my legs out, to be fair. They look better than these. Anyway, there's trucks on the horizon, and to be fair, as a very new fan of truck racing, I fell in love with it instantly when I first saw it only a few months ago. And to be fair, that's the side of the horizon over there. And one of the things that I pointed out this morning is the fact that you can tell which truck is which from distance, unlike you can with a Caterham or a Mini.
There's certainly a lot more on show as they make their way around the back of the circuit, yes. Of course, for the spectators, it's quite difficult to see much further than halfway around the big circle, as I like to famously call it. But yeah, all the way down to past Noble and Goodwood, it does get a little bit foggy, a little bit harder to see. But of course, with those higher vehicles, you do get an inkling of who might be there. Of course, a lot of the colour schemes looking quite similar at the moment. There's a few white trucks down there now, so they can get muddled up. But of course, as we see them head through here in the club chicane just at the beginning of the complex, we'll certainly be able to put the wheat from the chaff as we see who manages to get into that chicane first, because it really is a very tight corner. We've obviously seen them come through for qualifying and paid practice, where they've not had to struggle, they've not had to fight for that chicane, or of course for the Campbell Cobb as well. Whereas in race conditions, if you try and fit two trucks through that gap, it is not going to happen.
No.
And of course there is a small patch of grass that they might be able to run off onto before they hit that blue porter cabin there.
Well, you said cut the wheat from the chaff. Let's hope none of the trucks end up in the wheat. It'll certainly be an interesting
Pointy, what do you know about the pace truck? Anything? Because normally that's sponsored by somebody or other.
I can see it's grey.
Yeah, it's grey.
I do believe, I haven't actually had any details about the pace
So
truck.
normally,
we can see lots of Vision Track and GT sponsorship on there though, so
coming in.
Perhaps from there. So we've got red lights on the pit straight now as they line up, looking for the lights to go out. The lights are out, they are away now.
Oliver's got it.
Division 1. Oliver pips it, yes. Now Martin Gibson slipping in just behind him. It's a tussle between Newell and Ryan Smith as they go. We've got Division 2 now following.
Yeah, Binty's got that one up the inside. He was on pole, wasn't he? He didn't get the best of start. He was a little bit behind, and he's lost out now. The motor's gone. Something's wrong with Binty's truck.
Oh, it's not the first time today either that Bint's had an issue. Unfortunately, he's been plagued with them all day by the look of it, and now it's really finished off.
He's gone to the back of the field as they go through the complex. So unfortunately, his race is run by the looks of it.
That's a real shame for Binty, but yeah, very interesting start at the front though. Like you say, Oliver having a really, really good getaway there, going around the outside of Gibson, and now as they streak away, it looks like it is still Oliver from Gibson, and the rest of them rattling around behind him just to try and jostle for any position.
You're walking down the pits and it starts to...
Stephen Powell, Simon Cole, Brad Smith and Craig Evans bring up the back there as well.
Something wrong with the left-hand front wheel on the bin truck. That's maybe could be the problem. There were some reports came in on the green flag lap. He's now into gasoline alley, or diesel alley as we should be calling it.
Indeed.
I'll just keep an eye on it. You carry on with the race, guys.
I was going to say, it's interesting you say that actually, because as he leant on the front left as he came out of the chicane here, there's a big black streak as it spat loads of diesel down on the circuit, almost like when it leant on that front left, it spun up the rears. Maybe it's a massive tyre streak or something, but either way, the battle for the lead still very much going on as they go around Goodwood. I think, to be fair, it's actually Smith that's gone up into second place. And yeah, as you saw before, Pointy, Gibson dropped down to fourth, didn't he?
Yeah, tucking in behind Dave Jenkins. Of course, Dave Jenkins in the 69 truck, still quite a big contender for the championship. The top five really in the Division 1, there's only a few points between them, so every race really does matter for those first few positions. Division 2 looked to be settling in quite nicely, though a few seconds behind the Div 1 pack. But Craig Reed absolutely miles ahead, tailing off the back of the much faster Division 1 truck.
Oh, we've got big contact at the front, sideways.
Ryan Smith looking for a gap through Stuart Oliver. Stuart Oliver not letting him through, Chaz.
No, they had a little bit of a touch, and Oliver was sideways. He's looking down the inside again, a little bit of a bump on the exit of the final chicane. Now this is going to fall into the hands of David Jenkins as well. He's going to go around the outside.
Has to cut the corner, followed by Chuck Borthwick. Simon Cole managed to make it ways round. The wetness, I think, is getting to the track now. We're getting a little bit of dampness, we're losing a little bit of traction. Of course, depending on how the setups were made before the race, it was a gamble. Did they go for dry? Did they go for wet? Tyre pressures can play a massive part, especially when you're doing these long sweeping bends like you are, with the 4.5 tonnes of metal and fiberglass that sits on these 1,000 horsepower engines. 100 miles with a little bit of grease. It's a pretty scary thought, Chaz.
It can indeed. I mean, doing it in the dry is scary.
Jenkins was still in third when he went through the complex. I don't know whether you can see that from up there, guys, but he was climbing all over the back of Smithy. But Smithy, in his traditional fashion, making it very difficult.
Yeah, indeed. Jenkins was looking around the outside to maybe get a cut back into turn one, but it didn't really work for him. But the lead battle now seems to have gone the way of Ryan Smith.
Adam Bimp back out on circuit as well. They didn't even look at that wheel, so I don't know what the problem was.
Oh, it looked to me like he just had a bit of a wobble through Church there. I'm not sure whether that was just the window seems a little bit bent in this commentary box, but it certainly looked like it was out of shape through Church Corner for Bint. And obviously, if you've got a damaged front left, then that's not the place to have one. But the lead battle overall has now definitely gone the way of Ryan Smith. He's getting away at the moment, and now it's down to Jenkins to try and get back past Stuart Oliver and go chasing. But what also could Martin Gibson do? He's come back through. Bint comes through the last chicane, big sideways moment. Lovely stuff, but here comes the lead pack, Pointy.
So we've got Ryan Smith now quite comfortably in first place at the moment, just looking his nice line. We've got a beautiful train of the Division 1 trucks following very closely, nose to tail. Everybody makes it through just right. Mark Taylor putting some serious back-end action there as the number 86 John Borthwick just, Tom O'Rourke, to apologise, not John, Tom O'Rourke in front. But Craig Reed, still an astounding effort to be that far ahead of the Division 2 pack and so close to the Division 1s.
I just can't believe how sideways these things can get out of the final corner. They've got, what, nearly 5,000 newton metres of torque, and still
Six in most of them.
Jesus Christ, it's just scary beyond belief.
It's big time, it's big time.
But the fact that they can still have that and still put the power down and go completely sideways out of the final chicane is absolutely amazing.
It is insane. The trucks themselves can obviously do a lot faster than 100 miles an hour, but by regulations they are limited to 100. You might hear the term overspeed knocked around the circuit sometime this weekend. That just means that obviously the trucks themselves have somehow managed to coast a little bit quicker than the speed limiter would have them go powered by the engine. Of course, that does incur a penalty in certain situations, and that will be a time penalty, which could actually take you from first place to second, third, or even fourth if they're close enough together at the front and back.
Very true indeed.
Simon Cole makes up a place then. He's got past Borthwick in the other MW truck. Bit of a mistake, I think, as they came onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, he was very, very sideways when he came into view here. Now, just keep your eye here, Pointy, on Bint as he comes out of this final corner, because he gets this thing all sorts of crossed up, and I definitely think that there is an issue. Now, the battle for second place is really hotting up as well, but we'll keep our eye on Bint, because to me, that front left is not behaving itself. It's understeering all over the shop.
Definitely has very little traction. Plumes of black smoke. I mean, is there something on the track there? We see Ryan Smith sail through quite nicely. Loads of steam coming from the waterfall brakes of Dave Jenkins. They are coming out wide. Dave Jenkins' tail end still out as he makes his way out of the club into Allard.
He's can
Is
lose
there
out.
something on the track down here, Craig?
That's cost him a place, I think.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Gibson's trying to go around the outside. He's now on the... No, he's actually slid back in behind him.
Gibson's gone back behind, yeah.
Of course, from this tower up here, we can't quite see the action unfolding around the second chicane, or the first chicane on the track, around Campbell to Cobb to Seagrave. Those little bends just behind these airport buildings, really, that we can't quite see that action over there. But as they
I can
make
see
their
most of it from here pointing.
Oh, fantastic.
Not
So you
all of
keep
it,
an eye
but
on it
some
for
of it,
us.
yeah.
The team effort, John, that's the main thing.
I can see most of it. There's one or two hangars in the way and a helicopter stuck in the middle of a truck race, but apart from that, we're fine.
I was going to say, who put that airfield in the way?
Unbelievable, I know. It's a very, very difficult situation. We should have a word with them. Looking out in the distance, though, we see quite big gaps starting to emerge between all of the trucks in both of the divisions. It really is about the racing line. Of course, when you're at the front of the pack, you've got a lot of fighting. You can actually lose some speed, lose some of that angles through the corners. But then when you get to situations such as your village, such as your church, you get that opportunity to carry some speed through, a bit of late braking, and see if you can take out your opponent, obviously without, of course, taking them out.
I'm intrigued to see how Bint does here, because he's been lapped now by Ryan Smith, but he's got a big train of them behind him, and I'm wondering how he's going to stay out of the way of all these guys without holding any of them up. This could get very interesting indeed. But Ryan Smith, truck 1, P1 at the moment, doing a wonderful job of it. He's not cutting that final curve anymore after he got told off for it qualifying. But as you'll see, the people down in front of him here at the tower will absolutely be loving this, because so many of them are sideways. A big taylor from the 81. Mark Taylor, he's loving the drift today, isn't he?
He is indeed, yes. Tom overall bringing up the rear of the Division 1 truck, very closely followed, of course, by the 68 Craig Reed, who's still doing an astounding effort to stay well ahead of the Division 2. Of course, in Division 2 followed by Powell, then Cole, then Hawley, Evans, Smith, and of course Bint a lap behind, unfortunately.
Stuart Oliver seems to be dropping off just a little bit. John Newell was climbing all over the back and Oliver weaving down the start-finish straight trying to keep him at bay. So whether Oliver's got a little gremlin in there, we'll wait and see.
Bradley Smith and Craig Evans here just finishing off the race back as they come through the complex and around club. Not quite got the speed, but of course relatively new drivers to the sport, and of course you have to start somewhere. A bad idea would be to jump into a massive Division 1 truck and then lose your head completely, which of course would be quite dangerous to other people on the track as well as yourself.
Yeah, that's it. You know, you have to still... You have to build up to it, you know. I mean, as we were saying before, you know, it was Jock Borthwick, wasn't it? It's his first experience in truck racing at the moment, and he's doing a great job of it. You know, he's out there and he's competitive and he's right with all the rest of them. You know, he's certainly, like you say, potentially in a new truck compared to one that he was in at Brands Hatch.
Exactly.
Looks like Bint hasn't held anybody up here, by the way. He's done a good job of that.
No, indeed. So, not that everybody might know, but of course in truck racing we do what's called a reverse grid. So the racers themselves very used to having to get through the slower trucks, as of course in the next of the weekend, which will be later on this afternoon, just before bedtime actually, they will reverse the grid, which means the slower trucks start in pole and the quickest, fastest finishers will start at the back. So it creates more of a challenge, more of an effort for the quicker drivers to battle through those slower drivers to get back into their first place position. We'll see Division 2 now coming through. Stephen Powell finding a much nicer line through the club chicane there. Simon Cole, the veteran as well. It's good to see him in his Mercedes for once, not having any luck whatsoever at Brands Hatch, not even managing to get out for a race.
Oh, heck. Well, I tell you what, they were certainly reorganising the tyre bales there through that final bit. There was a lot of bodywork flapping around. Somehow the tyre bales have shown their rigidity and not moved, but yeah, there was certainly a lot of them clipping it on the way through. Number of them jumping the final curve through the right-hander as well, really getting the truck unsettled, and as they try and put the power down, the back end stepping out. But sometimes that's not the worst thing in the world, because these guys carry that momentum so well, don't they, when they just get sideways.
Well, the green strip just coming out of this chicane under our commentary box here, it's obviously a completely different surface texture to the tarmac of the racetrack, so it's going to hold a lot more moisture, a lot more rain, and of course had that little bit of a flutter, that little bit of a spitting moment. Anybody that goes across that is going to really suffer with traction. We are still surrounded with everybody here at Thruxton has got their ponchos with them. We look to the right here and see some very lucky spectators under the shelter. I think they went for the right idea this weekend.
And this bloke's got a great hat on as well outside
Very
the
nice
window
hat.
as well. You've got to love that. Hats off to you, so it looks like Vic Reeves.
It does.
Anyway, we've got Ryan Smith
Driver warning flags, guys,
Oh,
for 86 and 18 going to be presented.
86 and 18, Tom O'Rourke and John Newell.
Speaking of the 18, John Newell
Oh my
contact with the
goodness
finals
me,
chicane.
John Newell
Across
powering way
the grass goes Taylor, sideways on the exit, lights up the rears in anger, still sideways now.
I didn't know we were doing
Wow.
drifting this weekend.
Honestly.
But Mark Taylor, fantastic job there of keeping his cool, keeping that bend, even though there was some coming together with John Newell there.
That was unbelievable stuff, and the fact that these things lean so much but still keep their traction is phenomenal. We've got Cole again all over the shop using all of the curb,
We've
all
got
the
it for
painted surface.
81 and 41 and one more I couldn't read. They got so many numbers on the board.
Oh yeah, they've got 32, 81,
81 for Mark
41.
Taylor, 31. We've got 41 perhaps. You've got Simon Cole. Running out of spaces for warning flags. Of course, we'll only see on the TSL report at the end of it what, of course, the decisions were and what differences that will make to the standing order at the end of the race. As I said earlier on from out there, if there are penalties during the race, even though they cross the line first, it doesn't necessarily mean they'll be getting the silverware by the end of the weekend.
No, indeed, that's it. You can still get a slap on the wrists after the race. The race control can't come and get you while you're out on the track, I suppose.
Definitely not.
They can wave flags at you and show you numbers all they want, but yeah, they can't come and get you. So I suppose if you don't want to come into the pits, then you can't get told off.
Indeed. Well, I'm glad to see so many spectators here this weekend. And speaking about the pits and the paddock, it's great that we're able to have some spectators come and see all the machines this weekend, which is fantastic. Obviously, with the restrictions being slightly lighter than they were originally. We'll be doing the trophies over there as well in front of the media centre straight after this race. Ryan Smith now coming back through club, absolutely perfect, no issues whatsoever. Settling in to his almost 4-second lead ahead of the 69 Jenkins, but Martin Gibson not taking no for an answer, right on his tail through the complex. We've got Stuart Oliver, then to John Newell, bit of a gap, we've got Mark Taylor, Tom O'Rourke at the back in the 86, and Bint, of course, just sitting, doing his laps, actually keeping a relatively good lap time considering. But Craig Reed, absolutely impressive performance here, and perhaps he just likes a greasy track.
Maybe he does, yeah. And I was saying earlier on today, you know, with the weather being different, it demands a completely different bag of talent from drivers. You see it in all forms of motorsport. The results are just so different when the track is wet. You never know what you can expect. But
Checkered flag being ready, guys. Is this the last lap?
It will be, yes. Actually,
20 seconds left of the race
Time
already.
flies when you're having
It's
fun.
incredible. I mean, the 2.3 mile long track here at Thruxton seems like it can take a while to get round, but that really has come around quite quickly, hasn't it?
2.3 miles, it's almost as long as that Jaguar XJS that was racing earlier. But to be honest though, I wanted to mention that Powell is actually dropping back and being caught by Cole and Borthwick. I'm not sure if they'll do enough in time with this being the last lap, and to be fair, I don't think anyone could do anything right now to catch Ryan Smith. He's been absolutely flawless since he got the lead.
Yeah, coming back from third, which of course that position was given to him with some decisions made by Clark of the course during qualifying. He certainly shows that he has got the ability.
Oh, yeah.
The truck is there. Fantastic results already with this new Mercedes, with the Mercedes version of the MAN engine in it as well. So they've obviously done a lot of work on it. The previous Norbert Kiss truck, I do believe, that was in the FIA last year, yes.
So potent.
Quite pokey indeed, yes. Probably a different setup. We've got the checkered flag out now, and Ryan Smith crosses with a very happy 5-second lead ahead. We've then got in second place 69 Dave Jenkins, followed closely by Martin Gibson in third, fourth Stuart Oliver, fifth John Newell, and sixth, happy for it to be over probably, Mark Taylor, and finally of course the 86 Tom O'Rourke just to finish off the Div 1s. Now of course Binty essentially a lap behind, but the 68 Craig Reed powering through, massive gap ahead, taking first place for Division 2. Stephen Powell now coming out of club, looking very comfortable, like he's going to be getting the second, followed by Simon Cole. Fantastic result, bit of sideways action, almost lost it. Could have spoken too soon, but no, he's through. Stephen Powell second, Simon Cole third, and then Jock Borthwick in fourth, and then not too far behind the pack to finish off the race, number 40, Bradley Smith, and then, of course, finally, the number 10, Craig Evans.
Brilliant stuff. Like you say, the sideways action is part of the fun in this. I remember you mentioned Norbert Kish there, and when he won one of the further races in it was actually race 3, I think, that he won at the Hungaroring, his home race. He was drifting the truck round like a madman across the line. He almost had it at 45 degrees around the final corner at the Hungaroring, which is not easy in any car, never mind a truck. But either way, a really exciting race there to get their way under day? No, get the day under way
for
the British Truck Racing Championship. thank you very much for joining me, Pointy. It's been an absolute pleasure, mate.
Thank you very much, and not a problem at all. Just to let everybody know, the next race, of course, will be the final race of the day this evening with the British trucks, which is at 5 to 6. So if you're still around to see that, that'll be fantastic. And now I'm back over into the paddock to hand out some very well-deserved silverware for the first race of the weekend.
Lovely stuff. Thanks
Cheers,
very much,
Chaz.
Pointy. Cheers, mate. Absolute pleasure to have Pointy from the British Truck Racing Championship in the box with me there. Wonderful stuff. He dons the cap and the glasses and he's back out into the British weather and back down. It's faster than the trucks, but he makes his way now back down to the paddock. But Ryan Smith, what a fantastic victory that was, John. Once he took that race lead, he was just gone and away with it as if nobody could challenge him, and they couldn't.
Yeah, indeed he was. I'm in Parc Ferme, so we'll get a word with the drivers and then they'll go on to Pointy for the official presentation. So it should give us a little bit of time as well. The Caterham's already lining up, ready.
Sorry, we've got drivers drifting the trucks around the final corner.
Surely not.
Yeah, it's absolutely...
Truck drivers showboating, I don't believe you.
It is absolutely stunning to watch. I love it. Absolutely love it.
So Ryan Smith, championship leader, brings the truck back in, and that's going to be more points on his tally. So whatever his problems were this morning and the weather conditions certainly worked in his fashion. Dave Jenks will be happy as well with the second place, I'm sure. Our first three come in. See if we can get a word with Ryan. I know he'll be more than happy to talk to us because he likes to talk to the spectators as well. I think we'll just give them a second or two. They're taking their crash helmets off, so doors are open. Let her get a bit of air in. Jenks is already out of the cab. And Dave, second place, you must be happy with that?
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, good. Yeah, it was tough, few laps and settled down. Martin was very fast but very fair. So great racing. Yeah, long may it continue.
Hopefully another race later on and then tomorrow.
Sorry, I missed that.
I said another race later on, then tomorrow. So, again, things getting better for you.
Yeah, it's going to be a long weekend, but we just keep moving forward, won't we?
Good luck, Dave. Where's Smithy? Let's have a quick word with him. There he is. Ryan, what about the rain? What about the truck? Whatever it was, it all went in your favour in the end.
Well, no, we got the truck sorted, and I was frustrated. I was frustrated from qualifying with what the clerk of the course did to me, but can I just say, I need to dedicate that win to a little guy on Facebook called Ethan Adams, who's a very poorly little 4-year-old, and we mentor 10 children, and Ethan's another addition to what we've added to. He's very poorly in hospital, and he sent me a video before I went out saying, Ryan, you can do this. And do you know what? That was for him, and he was the drive behind my aggression in that race. And I'll tell you something now, we live in a cruel world sometimes, but there's beautiful people, and you know, that's just spurred me on. I wish Ethan a speedy recovery and be with us soon.
Well, don't we all, and that's great news, and I'm sure probably you'll be on the phone to him in a moment or two.
Yeah, he'll be getting my trophy, so unfortunately if there's any children out there, they won't be getting my first trophy because I promised that Ethan, but we try and give back to children. The spectators have come out in the rain, they've come out in force. As I said, we was in the campsite last night and we was talking to people, and we're normal human beings, they're normal human beings, we all want a good time. We've had a tough time, and hopefully the weekend's full of fun for everyone.
Well, congratulations on the win anyway, Ryan, and we'll look forward to talking to you again later on.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can get hold of Martin Gibson, third place.
In the Caterham 150s. Good lap.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was very pleased with it. Got the perfect toe actually. So hope for a little bit more of that. I was slipstreaming off 2 cars in front, 2 quite quick cars. So you don't get that opportunity very often. So I took it.
I mean, 125 is super quick. We know it's a fast track. There's very little braking. Are you just foot to the floor all the way round?
All the way round. Yeah. Yeah. It's braking is optional around here, definitely. Yeah.
I noticed you got the fastest lap, but the bonnet's off. What's going on behind you?
Oh, I just like to do checks. It keeps me sane, gives me something to do in between races, but it makes me know that the car is all right as well, and more so I think it helps to keep my dad's blood pressure down a bit as well.
Harry, best of luck with the race. Look forward to catching up with you.
There you go, Martin Gibson, our pole sitter in third place. Now then, let's see what we can find for... I'm looking for Craig Reed's truck at the minute. You can't believe it's that big. I can't find it. Ah, here it is, right down the front. See if we can find Craig. Well, I'll tell you what, you can't miss this man. Grey overalls and pink trim. Simon Cole. Simon Cole, disaster at Brands, your home track, and then you've come here and you've put it third place. You must be happy with that.
Oh yeah, we're over the moon, Went to Brands Hatch, brand spanking new engine rebuilt, blew itself to pieces. We rebuilt it on the Saturday and it first race went again. So no, I'm over the moon with that. And we've had troubles here all weekend making it run right as well, but I'm over the moon with that, yeah.
Don't touch it, I think's the answer then. Leave it as it is for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, that seems a good idea, that. But I think that's what we do.
Good. Congratulations on third.
Cheers, thank you.
Well done, Simon. And where are we going now? We're going Craig Breed. There he is. Craig, congratulations. First win of the weekend.
Yeah, brilliant. Great. Yeah, it was a bit. Obviously, Adam had a mechanical fault, which handed it to me, really. But yeah, it was just. I just basically used Tom in front as a bit of a barrier and just tried to keep pace, because it's very, when you're out in the front, it's hard to keep that pace sometimes. But no, really good. Really, I thoroughly enjoyed it. And
the conditions, did that make much difference to you?
Not really. It was just unpredictable in the chicane and out the back. There was a patch of wet, but it looked a bit down at the complex. It looked a bit diesely, so I was just being overcautious, really, especially coming out the chicane, because I got the word that there was diesel down there, so I was just going overcautious. Yeah, no, great.
Well, one win. Can you do it again later on?
Yeah, definitely. On to the next one. Yeah.
Confidence. That's what I love. Well done. Congratulations on the win. So that's Craig, our race winner. Craig Reed. Let's move on. Who have we not spoken to? Steve Powell. Where's Steve Powell? New coloured truck for Steve, so it's throwing me at the moment. There he is, back in. Well, can't find Steve, unfortunately. It looks like he may have already done a wander outside, so I'm going to wander outside as well, because there's one or two of the drivers queuing up out there. Caterhams are being let out onto the track, Chaz, so if you want to do anything about that, then please do come back in. But in the meantime, I'll see who else I can find to talk to.
No worries. Thank you very much, John. Great to get the insight from the drivers after that very, very lively race. We hope you enjoyed that one, because we certainly did. Say that for free. I'm just going to get the grid for the following race now. So
here we go. Steve Powell.
There we go.
Playing with a gentleman's legs.
Hello.
It's only pointy, don't worry about it. Steve, good result that one for you?
Yeah, pleased enough, mate. Yeah, second. Yeah, we weren't handling very well though, so it was a bit off the pace.
Was that the truck or was that the weather, the dampness?
A bit of both, really. Yeah, it was wet and dry. I don't know, the track didn't feel good, to be fair. Usually it's good here in the wet, really good. So, yeah, we'll have to have a look at it.
It's pretty abrasive round here normally.
It is really, yeah, but some of it was dry and some of it was wet. So, but if you don't get the setup right, then it is what it is. So.
Well, you're on the podium, that's the main thing.
Yeah, that do, yeah, not a bad start of the weekend. Yeah, no, it's all good, all good.
First of many, hopefully. Well done, Steve.
Hopefully. Cheers, mate, thank you.
That's Steve Powell. That's our top three, I think we've spoken to now from Division 2 as well.
Awesome stuff. Well, I've got the grid for the next race.
Okay, well, you go with that then.
Anybody would like to fill this in as well. So we've got the 121 of Harry Kramer on pole position. He starts alongside Jamie Winrow in the number 46. Then it's Harry Senior in number 28 alongside Jim Earlham in the number 3. Stephen Clark's number 25 car lines up alongside Simon Griffith's number 16 machine on row 3. Then it's number 2 Jamie Elwood and number 1 Kevin Barrett. Rounding out your top 10 is number 26 Matthew Lambert and number 24 Ben Winrow. Neil Sturgis is then in car number 9 in 11th ahead of Barry White, no, not that Barry White, in the number 66 machine. Then it's number 58 Robert Warner alongside number 72 Glenn Burtonshaw. Gideon Wilkinson's number 99 car is alongside Roger Ford's number 21. Then it's Gareth Cordy in 33 alongside Adam Bettinson in 71. Watch out for Adam, he was really quick in practice but then had a nightmare qualifying session. Jonathan Ems in number 83 is 19th ahead of Paul Fielder in 101. Then it's Andrew Witten in 112 alongside Chris Savage, the number 27. Then it's Kim Raymond in 15 alongside John Benfield, number 42. We then have Luke Juru in 36 alongside Daniel Hamilton, 84. Then it's number 4 Mark Treadwin and Charlie Cahill's number 91 machine. Then the last three on the grid we have Colin Loughlin, the number 85 alongside Peter Marsh, number 8, and 31st at the back of the grid is Robert Appleton in the number 93. So Caterham Racing, you can expect to see 1,000,001 position changes over the course of a race, and plenty of side-by-side action. Now the conditions will make things very difficult for these cars. They usually slip and slide a lot anyway, to be fair, but in this scenario it's going to be even more of that. It's going to be a very exaggerated effect for this afternoon's racing. So this is the Sigmax and Sigma 150 cars. Later on this afternoon we'll have the Sigmax and Sigma 135s. That will be the last Sigmax race of the weekend. Then the two races that we have, sorry, the one race we have tomorrow from these will be the Sigma 150s and the Sigma 135s. The last few cars are now lining up on the grid, just taking up their final spots. And the number 93 of Robert Appleton lines up. Looks like everybody is all ready to go. The 5-second board is shown. And race number 3 for the day, race number 1 for the Caterhams, is away. All of them suddenly burst into life in the very brightly coloured field, makes their way round turn 1, clumping together as they go down towards the complex for the very first time. Hard onto the brakes as they go behind the buildings here. And they then head down towards the back part of the circuit, building up speed once again. There's quite a bit of smoke from behind the buildings here. I've got double waved yellows in view, but I can't see which cars were involved, unfortunately. But looking at Marshall's post and everything, it seems like we're still green. We may potentially avoid a safety car, I think. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, we've got cars around near Goodwood as well. The smoke at the back of the circuit. Actually, it's not a car around. It's just a car with a severe engine problem. Loads of smoke billowing away from it. I believe we may have the safety car coming on standby right now. The lights are on. And yes, safety car is deployed for the first lap incident. The cars haven't been neutralised as of yet. The whole top 6 is all grouping together into the chicane for the first time. Over the painted strip goes the number 24, that's Winrow, getting very out of shape. Everybody else makes their way round. Brake lights come on as they get to the safety car boards, and the race is neutralised. Now the smoking car is coming towards us now. It looks like it may just be bodywork potentially rubbing against a tyre rather than an engine issue.
We've lost Senior, Clark, Warner, Sturgis. I think they're all part of the incident, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a big group. Although I've got them coming through in the middle of the pack. Senior 12th, Clark 13th, Warner 14th, and Sturgis 15th. So I think maybe they did get caught up in it, but they've managed to continue. I can see at the complex that they do still have the double waved yellows there, so obviously vehicles in the way. But please do forgive me, everyone. I cannot see because of the building up here.
Car 31 appears to be the only one that hasn't completed the first lap.
Ah, okay. So car 31 I have as... It's not a Sigmax, that's one of the 150s. Car 31.
We don't have a car 31.
Yeah.
But it says on the sheet, car 31, it's a Sigma 150 and the driver is Savage. But I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's a number issue there because I don't even have a 31 on the grid.
No, it may well be a...
Savage is 27 on my grid.
Yeah. Chris Savage. So I don't know. No, my apologies. 31st place, 27 is the number on the sheet. So timekeepers have got it right.
Okay.
It's me not reading it right. So it's Chris Savage then that we've lost for sure on that lap. Matt Blythe Motorsport Caterham 7.
I'm just working with one of the camera guys up here just to get the stream, so I can potentially see what happened at the far end of the circuit with the cameras, so we'll be able to I'll be able to get a bit more coverage and be able to bring you some more news on what goes on, but hopefully everything all right down there at the complex. It really is a bit of a bottleneck part of the circuit, unfortunately. They come in at very high speed round a corner into a braking zone, and it's easy to go wide. Obviously there was the very famous truck incident last time the British Truck Racing Championship was here, when one of the drivers ran wide onto the grass and then came back across and hit the side of one of the other trucks, and they actually flattened the barrier and ended up on the bank, which is why we do not have a commentator over that end this weekend. It was our good friend Alan Hyde that was in the box there, and you wouldn't blame him for getting a little bit scared when that went on. But the race is neutralised for a moment, and the cars will circulate while the incident is cleaned up.
Safety car still on circuit at the moment, and 2 laps completed by the safety car. This will be the 3rd lap. Can't see the lights on the car from where I am, so we'll wait for those lights to go out before we...
Yeah, they're still on at the minute, so I think we'll get another lap yet with the vehicles being still on the circuit. Got news that the driver is out of the car. He's just going to go to the medical centre for checks.
Well, always good news if a driver gets out and can walk to the medical vehicle or the course vehicle to get a lift to the medical centre. So
yeah, definitely.
Things not too serious.
So we still have 12.5 minutes and a little more.
Well, this was a 20-minute one, wasn't it? Start,
yes, indeed.
Fastest lap with the leader at the moment. 1:35.
I'm intrigued by these conditions as well at the moment, you know, because while there is a lot of cloud cover about, there's not as much visual rain on the horizon like there was earlier. So I think we may stay dry for a while, but it depends on how quickly the circuit dries out, because it's not particularly warm at the moment, is it, John?
No, it's not particularly warm. It's very damp in the atmosphere. Sort of, I'm drying out a bit, but it's taking a long time to dry. And I'm looking at the times, and they're doing a 1:35 now, fastest lap. Okay, I know it was only a couple of laps in, and then the safety car, but we did a 1:25 this morning in qualification. So track conditions around about 10 seconds is the deficit at the moment.
Well, fingers crossed we can get back to the full capability of these Caterham Sigmax and 150 machines, but at the same time it's intriguing to see them in greasy, tricky conditions, because you get to see the cars really showing off their body language and sliding through corners, and drivers really wrestling with them. It brings out that different bag of talent that I keep mentioning again and again, but it's just always an exciting prospect when you get what's declared as a wet race usually, but you know, when we're in these changeable conditions, when it's greasy, I find that that's even more entertaining because it can change so quickly when you've got cars continuously circulating on the track. I know how people really get excited when they declare a wet race in Formula 1 these days, but in any sort of form of motorsport, it's always a really enjoyable thing to see.
Well, it was very sunny in Austria yesterday. I don't know what it is today. Qualifying must have just finished, I would have thought.
Yes, potentially, yeah. I imagine so. So no spoilers, please, anybody?
No, we won't spoil.
But the safety car lights still on. There are still, I can see the ambulances and other vehicles down there. Not sure if the car hit the wall or anything, or if they have to repair the barrier at all, because we both know on occasions, I'm sure, where if a car can hit the wall hard enough, they can sort of remove the tyre barrier away from it, and they have to sort of replace it, make sure it's all put back together properly so it's still safe for other cars should they come along and make contact with it as well. A race cannot and should not go ahead with a weakened tyre barrier. Now, as much as you know, you could always grumble that the drivers are losing out on time in their race. Yes, they are, and that's a shame, but let's face it, the priority here in motorsport and in any sport that you get involved with is the safety. So these drivers being looked after is the main thing at the moment. But the field...
Well, it was dry in Austria. So it's been dry for the qualifying, and let's just say...
Predictable.
Let's not say nothing. No, not predictable. Well, sort of predictable, but then not predictable. So, interesting.
So well done, George Russell on pole position.
Unfortunately not.
We all wish it,
I can tell you he's in the top 10, though.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's really good. Oh, that's good news. Well, there was obviously the news earlier today that Lewis Hamilton has extended his contract with Mercedes until the end of the 2023 season. So, for those that don't like him, he's around for another 2 years. But I'm a big fan personally, so good to see him continuing. Maybe he will get that 8th title and really go down in the history books even more than he has already. Anyway, away from that, we're into another lap behind the safety car here, I believe, as there is a recovery vehicle down at the complex. The safety car staying out once again. We're, unfortunately for the drivers, within 8.5 minutes of the finish now. But to be fair though, John, this means that we'll get an even shorter sprint to the end. So there's less mind games to go on here and just pure sprint racing. That could be exciting.
I hope you've taken a deep breath and you're ready.
Oh, trust me, you can never take a deep enough breath for Caterhams. They're always exciting. As I mentioned before, you know, you could start, especially around here at Thruxton, if you're in a pack, you could easily start a lap in 10th place and be first by the end of it. And then if you start a lap in first, you could easily be 10th by the end of it as well. It's an absolutely amazing thing to watch, is Caterham racing around here. It's always a lot of fun. So I'm just I've been provided with a feed to the live stream as well, so I can see what's going on there. But it doesn't seem like any cars have sort of damaged the barriers or anything. It just seems that they're taking a bit of time to recover the car itself and just make sure that's done safely before we can get back underway. But I think some of the drivers will be grateful for the fact that they each class gets 2 races over the course of the weekend. Like I've said, both of the Sigmax races today, one with the 135s and this one with the 150s, and then tomorrow we get the Sigma 150s and the 135s together on track at the same time. That race is tomorrow about 1:45 in the afternoon. I've just been told as well that the safety car is coming in this lap. So the lights still on at the moment, but they will be going out shortly. And we can get the race back underway then. completion of their 5th lap of the race. Well, the lights still on the safety car at the moment, but they'll probably turn them off any time now and then, get moving and let the pack do its thing. Yes, I can confirm the lights are now off on the safety car and he's picking up the pace. The field's still weaving. Obviously they need to get a lot of heat into those tyres in these conditions. Because this is not the sort of conditions where you expect tyre temperatures to stay in a very operational area. Safety car is now into the pit lane and Kramer gets this race back underway with Winrow on his tail. Now the 16 car of Griffiths has got the other Winrow and Elwood right behind him. They're actually 3 wide as they cross the line. Not sure if that was a little bit naughty or not. Cutting the nose off though, Griffiths. He says, not on your life, I'm going to go back across the front of you as we cross the line. And we've got a 5-minute dash to the flag now, which is great to have. Now I must say that I would tell you sort of how the classes are split here, but because of the difference in power, which is only about 5 brake horsepower between all of these cars, we actually only have 2 of the 150s ahead of 2 of the Sigmaxes, and then everybody else is all muddled up. So really, it's all one big fight on track for overall position. But Kramer leads the 150s, Griffiths leads the Sigmaxes at the moment. They're all at the far end of the track, just filtering their way round as one long, huge snake of cars, clinging to every bit of grip they can. They'll really be sliding around through there. The top 4 coming together very closely now as they go through Church Corner, all getting into the slipstream before the all-important dive onto the brakes as they get to the chicane at the end of the lap. It's looking like Winrow is going to be moving on, trying to get past Kramer, but Griffiths has gone to the inside, and then white number 16 car, he's locked up, he's run a little bit deep. I think there might have been a bit of contact with Winrow, and out of all of that, it's actually the number 2 machine that's come through. Elwood started this lap in 5th place, and now he leads the race. That is exactly what I was talking about earlier. We've got another train of them coming through here. The number 25 having a bit of an issue through the final chicane, though. That is Clark. Not a clue what's happened there, but it looks like something has gone completely wrong for him, unfortunately. Suddenly as well, actually, one of them in the 150s, one in the Sigmaxes, but fantastic stuff by Elwood to go from 5th to 1st in just 1 lap. And the field heading back towards Church Corner. And now, what was a battle of 4 cars has now become 6. As they go through Church again, side by side for the race lead, then Kramer coming back now. Try and beat Elwood to it this time. Griffiths looking down the inside. Kramer's got it done. Winrow's around the outside. That's the number 46. Jamie Winrow. Ben in the 24 just tucks in behind him. Kramer gets the lead. Then Griffiths second. Then Elwood. Then everybody else who's this in the battle behind as well. There's a big pack of them all together. The 71 and the 21 getting caught together, while the 99 of Wilkinson seems to get held up through the chicane. Whole field filtering through in front of me here. But that lead pack, this is exactly what we wanted to see, and it's exactly what we're going to see in each race. Senior does the fastest lap of the race, by the way. Car 28 does a 1:26.6. Nobody else in the entire field did anything quicker than a 1:27 on that last lap, so Senior really showing the pace at the moment. We've got 90 seconds left to go, so we'll get one more lap after this.
Senior just put in the fastest lap as well. So
I glazed over that one with to be fair, the fact that he
just goes to show the difference between the 150 and the Sigmax. It's like nothing.
Yeah, definitely. That's it. I mean, I think if he's in the pack and he's got slipstream as well, it'll be going really smoothly for him if he's just trying to pick places off. Anyway, we've got Elwood and Kramer side by side. Behind them, they're 3 wide. That's the 2 Winrows with Griffiths in there as well. The other car is Lambert in the number 26, who's getting properly elbows out on the way through. He's a bit sideways on the exit though, and Winrow's actually now got up to 3rd. Lambert's in 5th place, but this car, this just train of cars, has now actually become 8, and it will become 9 before the end of this lap. But Craner across the line anyway leads Elwood, Winrow, Lambert, Griffiths Senior, Erling, Barrett and White. That is your top 10. White, the only one other than Kramer actually to not change places from each time he's crossed the line, but Elwood having to defend from both of the Winrows at this stage. That actually might help Kramer make some sort of gap out to the front, but you never know with these Caterhams. You never know. Through the long left-hander they go, round towards Goodwood. Such a high-speed section of the circuit, wonderful to watch. It's great to watch everything make its way through there. The trucks earlier were absolutely phenomenal to see, moving so quickly over on the horizon from where I am up here in the commentary box at the top end of the circuit. But they come through Church and back up towards me for the final time.
We've obviously got somebody off going down past the start-finish straight, double-waved yellows at the end of the straight, but I can't see the incident.
Yeah, I can't see any stopped cars or anything. The leaders are with us for the final time. It's Elwood leading Winrow in the 24, and Elwood looks like he's going to get this wrapped up. Kramer's dropped to 3rd, and then Winrow and Lambert are side by side across the line. I think Lambert's just got it, but Elwood takes the win with Winrow 2nd, Kramer 3rd, then it's Jamie Winrow 4th ahead of Lambert, Griffiths 5th, then it's Barrett, Earlham Senior, Sturgis, Warner finishes 11th ahead of White in 12th, Cordy 13th, Bettinson 14th, and 15th was Ford. And into the pits comes the 25 of Clark. I said he had an issue earlier. He slowed randomly out of the final corner, but he's managed to get it back together, albeit coming into the pits to end his race. But Elwood wins the race overall, wins the 150 class, and the number 24, which is of course the aforementioned Ben Winrow, wins the Sigmax class in that one. But a fantastic, albeit very short race, first race of the day in the Caterhams, but plenty of fun. As I told you, I hate to say I told you so, but honestly, all Caterham racing is just as fun as that. And we will be moving very swiftly on shortly to another one-make series, which is the Carbon 8 Hyundai Coupe Cup. But before we do that, of course I have to mention the Caterham Graduate Racing Club sponsors. They're a very well-endorsed championship. They are sponsored by PC Sports Cars, Ryan Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama, Purple for Polio, Molsum and Associates, Downing IP, Classic Carbon, Sporting Bears Motor Club and CTS Motorsport. A very well supported championship indeed, and plenty of action all the way through every single one of their races. And all of the drivers as well, they thoroughly enjoy it, because no matter where you are, you've always got somebody to race in this sort of championship. And these cars are very, very fantastic pieces of kit to just buy from the manufacturer. But Elwood taking a well-deserved win there in the number 2. He's certainly a driver to keep an eye on in this championship, that's to say the least. As I say, we will be moving over to the Hyundai Coupe Cup in just a few minutes, which will have 20 cars on their grid, and as they filter around, I will get a quick run through of the grid for you in a mo.
Well, hopefully we get a quick word with the Caterhams as well as they come into the assembly area, which they're doing right away. Whether I'll be able to sort them all out or not, who knows, Chaz, but we'll do our best.
Rather you than me, mate.
Smiling faces inside the crash helmets, at any rate, so everybody reasonably happy. Now, how are they lining them up? Are they lining them up as they finish? 224, 121. That makes it easy. I've got the first three here. And the first man to get the crash helmet off is the guy in second place, which is the number 24 car of Ben Winrow. So let's try and have a quick word with Ben. Ben, congratulations. Second in the first race of the day. Safety car caused you a few problems. Could you have got to the front?
I'm not sure, to be honest. This is starting 10th on the grid, getting up to second on roads and first in the class. Very happy with that today, yeah. Take that every time. I think the safety car obviously took 10 minutes out of the race, but I think I was just in the right place at the right time to take the class win.
And you're back out again later on?
Yeah, tiring day today, but looking forward to it. Back out, I think, about 5 o'clock.
So hopefully you can do one better then.
Fingers crossed, yeah. I think it's just our class next time, so hopefully it'll be, front on the road as well.
I haven't even looked at the schedule as far as which classes are coming out. With Caterhams there, Caterhams and more Caterhams normally.
Yeah, that's what you want, isn't it? It's great racing and, fantastic place to race.
Congratulations on the second place anyway, and I think, was that the win as well in your class?
Yeah, I think winning.
Yeah, winning the class, so well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
He's going to get a bit of a surprise later when the Sigmax 135s turn up, I think.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I've got the number 2 car with me now, and that is our race winner. So Jamie Elwood. Jamie, a little bit further down the grid, but then it all came good for you.
It did, yeah. First and foremost, how's the guy that crashed? I didn't see who it was, but it didn't look good.
It was Savage that crashed, and as far as I know, they got him out of the car and he walked to the recovery or the course vehicle to go back for just a check.
Yeah, that's good news, because that's never nice to see when you're going round and have one of our compatriots doing that. But yeah, my race, qualifying was a bit messy. Didn't get a good slipstream, so I ended up further back. But in the race, I knew that round Thruxton, you can come from further back and make those places up. Just so happened it was such a short race at the end. I didn't realise it was the last lap, so I was happy to see the checkered flag.
I'm going to say I think you only probably raced for about 2 laps before the safety car, then about a 10-minute downtime, and then about 5 laps at the end.
Yeah, when you're at the front, that's all right. When you're further back, you want it to be a bit longer.
Well, congratulations on the win, at any rate, and you're back out again later on as well.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Oh no, yours is tomorrow. Yes, of course. So, and congratulations, obviously, on the class win and the race win.
Yeah, fantastic. I'll take that. Take the points.
Well done indeed. Let's see if we can get our third place man. Although I think TV interviews going on there at the minute, so we'll just wait our time and see if we can get Harry Kramer before the Hyundai cars come out onto the track. Lots of smiling faces
Paddock
down
with
here,
Alex
Chaz.
Kersley, 135 in the Hyundai Coupe Cup to top qualifying. Good start to the weekend, Alex.
Yeah, that's it. That will do.
All of them improving.
Yeah, that's it. We had to get it in early. The tyres weren't going to last long. So yeah, we just sent it and done the job.
And Thruxton's a fast track. Not much braking around here, is there?
No, twice we have a little bit of a go on the brakes. Yeah.
And to your left, to your rear, I can see 3 cars with your name on. Tell us a little bit about that.
So this is mine, the Lancaster insurance car. We've also got 2 hire cars, 2 Kersley Motorsport hire cars out this weekend as well.
Cool. Can you convert the qualifying into a podium? I know you've won 1 race already this season. Make it 2?
Yeah, we had a good start. Yeah, of course, we're going to go for it, definitely.
We look forward to watching you later on in the day.
Thank you.
Cheers, Alex.
Cheers.
Conditions looking a little bit drier now, by the way, from
yeah,
where I am.
it's dried out, definitely. We've not had any rain for some time, but track, I think probably for the Hyundai is going to be okay. Always a good little championship, the Hyundais. They've been running for so many years now, these cars, and you think they're not the immediate race car that comes to mind, but they always give us good value for money, because they're not the quickest thing out there, again, but you don't have to be quick to have a good race if you're all doing the same sort of speeds. So,
well, one thing I always say with motorsport is the slower the car, the better the racing, because they've got more time to think about what they're doing and more time to react to things. So often the door-to-door racing you get, like you say, is great value for money.
I think I can get a quick word with Harry. Harry, just finished your TV interviews. Well done. 3rd place in the race overall and 2nd in class, I think.
Yes, yeah, so all these media interviews are tough, aren't they? Yeah, no, it was a short and sweet race. I hear that Chris is alright, that's the main thing. To be honest, it all feels a little insignificant compared to that, but I suppose nevertheless I'm pleased to get a second place. Yeah, and the few laps racing we had were cracking.
Yeah, I'm going to say, as I said to Jamie, it's just like it was a couple of laps to start with, and then about a 5-lap dash.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, to be honest, Caterham is always a dash. It doesn't matter whether it's 5 or 50. But I was leading almost the whole thing, and then Jamie, the absolute swine, got me on the last corner. There's a reason he's got grey hair. It's because he's very wise.
And you're not out again now till tomorrow?
I believe so. Yes. We're doing a rain dance for tomorrow.
Okay. Well, you got a chance to get one over on him, perhaps overnight.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations on your third place.
Second.
Second even. Yeah. Sorry. Second in class, third in the race. Well, that about wraps up the first three, at any rate, and I can see the Hyundais going out onto the track. So back to you, Chaz, for the grid.
Thank you very much, John. Great stuff as always. Going to show how bad of a pit reporter I am when I do it tomorrow. Alex Kersley then is going to be on pole position in the number 8 machine for the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo Tires. Mark Jones in the number 32 car will line up alongside him. Then it's the Mark III machine, car number 69, Alistair Dendy. Then it's Wayne Rocket in 4th place, car 17. James Goodwin's 25 car lines up alongside Matt Mitter. Now, he was very exciting in that number 10 machine in qualifying, so keep an eye out for him. Ursula Jordan in the 94 car starts in 7th ahead of number 27, Darren Banks. Number 5, Michael Evans, is 9th ahead of Johnny Rocket, car 19 in P10. Mitchell Marie's number 8 car starts 11th ahead of Nick Flowers, car 48, P12. Paul Laurie is in car 28, he's 13th ahead of Dan Fletcher in car 75. Then we have car 81, John Sheridan ahead of Roger Owens in the number 26. Then it is Neil Hurren in car 87, and he's starting alongside Wysowski, Lee Wysowski, there you go, I'll get it right, in the number 9. Then it's Spencer Hirons, 65, and at the back of the grid, car 21 is Kevin Sanford. As mentioned, there are Mark 1, Mark 2 and Mark 3 Hyundai Coupes out there today. So a good variation, even though it's a one make series, or one make, one model essentially. It's just 3 different versions of this car through its evolution. I believe the car starting on pole position is very aptly a Mark 1 car. The car starting second is a Mark 2, and the car starting third is a Mark 3. So literally, as the first 3 cars come through, you will have a visual representation of the evolution of the Hyundai Coupe. But as mentioned just earlier by John, they're not the immediate race cars that come to mind, but they are still very, very entertaining bits of kit. Great value for money and a lot of fun to watch. But it is indeed the number 88 Mark 1 Hyundai Coupe on pole position. Then it's the number 32 Mark 2 and the number 69 Mark 3 with very JDM style different coloured front wheels to the back wheels for car 69, which is a nice touch that I quite enjoy, to be honest. That car, of course, being driven by Alistair Dendy.
Chaz, I've got Chris Savage with me, actually.
Okay.
So it's great news to see him standing here chatting and actually just waiting to go up into the control tower, I think, to see the clerks. But Chris, just give us your view.
Yeah, it was quite interesting, really. First lap, there was a dry line, there was wet lines, typical Caterham racing, 10 abreast coming into the corner. There were cars locked up everywhere. I got collected and over I went. So one of those things, it's Caterham racing, happens, but nah, it's apart from a wallet, all good.
So it actually overturned just the once, or did it do a barrel roll?
I didn't actually count.
eyes closed at that time, were they?
Everything, eyes closed, everything clenched, I think was is what happened. But no, it's all good. It's all good. And whilst I'm here, I just want to say the marshals over there and the safety crew were absolutely fantastic. It wasn't nice hanging upside down for a while, but no, they were brilliant. So I'd like to thank them. So.
Well, your thanks, I'm sure they've heard it, and the good news is that you're here to tell us the story and not off down the road somewhere to be checked out at the local hospital.
No, that's the good news.
I've said to the other guys, we'll see you later on, we'll see you tomorrow. Probably not going to be the case for you, though.
Definitely not.
Okay, enjoy the rest of your weekend here at Thruxton. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
There you go. That was the man, Chris Savage, that the safety car came out for, so you've heard it from him. Perfectly okay. Probably going to ache a little bit in the morning, but apart from that, the bank balance has taken a big whack.
Yeah, good to hear that he's okay, and obviously very extended thanks to the marshals. But the race is underway now in the Hyundai Coupe Cup, and there's a really, really big dice at the front of the field, but it looks to me like Goodwin has had an absolute belter of a start in the number 25 car and gone right up into second position. And behind him we've got a battle between the number 17 of Rocket, who started in 4th place, and then Dendy in the 69 who started in 3rd. Jones in the 32 car seems to have lost a few spots off the start in his jigsaw camouflage car, sort of defeating the object of camouflage and the fact that it's got bright neon yellow bits on it, but even still it's a very striking design. The field are all filtering their way around the far end of the circuit now, going through Church Corner very quickly indeed. Got a couple of cars side by side in the middle of the pack. Trying to go side by side around Church Corner is very, very brave indeed. It looks like Dendy's trying to make a move now on Goodwin to take that second place back. I say that though, but he actually started 3rd. Very close door to door into the chicane for the first time. Gets it turned in nicely. And Dendy is in front, and it is Goodwin in the 25 in 3rd place. He's now going to come under pressure from the number 17 car, which is Wayne Rocket. Wayne looks down the inside as they go towards turn 1, and out of my sight here, looks like he's got it done. The rest of the field all very, very close together. A couple of the other drivers just hanging off the back of the pack a little bit there. That's Heron's in the number 65, Sanford just in front in the 21. Still a novice sticker on Heron's car. We'll see a lot of them this weekend. It doesn't particularly mean that they're slower than the other drivers that they're racing against, just they don't have as much inexperience, or as much experience I should say, behind the wheel. But still, the battle for 3rd place very much going on by the look of it. As I look at the feed to my right hand side, Goodwin having to properly fight here with Rocket, and it looks also like Jones is trying to come back at them as well. They've actually got the 10 of Mitter just behind them too. Now Mitter was, as I mentioned before, very exciting in qualifying. Definitely one to keep an eye on for this race. The black machine with the white design down the side of it. He was just behind the number 32 of Jones a moment ago. He is still there. He's trying to get some sort of cutback as they go through Church, but your race leader at the moment, Kersley, untouched as of now, but to be fair, it looks like Alistair Dendy is on a bit of a charge in that Mark III, wiggling around like mad on the brakes. But here comes Mitter down the inside, outbrakes himself a little bit, just about has contact with the 94. Ursula's out of control. It goes one way, then the other, and again, and into the tyre barrier, snaps the rear wing off the car. That's Ursula Jordan. That was a real shame. I'm not sure if that was actually as a result of contact with Mitter. I think that, to be fair, on just the downshift, the car suddenly pivoted one way, then the other. Just seen the replay on the feed, but it just, to me, it just doesn't look like it was initially contact. There was another touch just near the end of the incident with Mitter, and then as the car went backwards into the wall, it just snapped the struts for the rear wing, but she was able to continue. But lively racing once again from these excellent Hyundai Coupes. Just under 11 minutes to go of this race. But what's going to happen near the front? Because Dendy did the fastest lap of the race, 4/10 faster than Kersley on that previous lap. They're coming back down to Church Corner again. Kersley still holding on currently, really showing what that car is capable of. trying to stick with him as best as he can. Wayne Rocket just behind, then it's Goodwin, very much on his tail. Then you've got Jones, but then it's Evans, Banks, Mitter, Fletcher and Rocket, all leading the rest of the pack, which are right together. And that was Banks down the inside, and the number 27 flicks it one way, then the other. Lovely move to get past the number 5 of Evans, the bright yellow and purple machine. And now it looks like Mitter is under attack as well from the other Rocket, which is Johnny Rocket. Sounds like he should be in a punk band, doesn't it? It's a brilliant name. But awesome battling all the same between those guys. Looks like Johnny has got it done. Now Mitter has to think about Fletcher in this as well, because he's in one of those situations now where you have to try and attack while defending as well. It's not easy to do. A little bit further back, Ursula has actually made a position back after the incident on Wyzowski. The race leaders have quite the gap, 2.1 seconds over Wayne Rocket in third place, then Goodwin in fourth. Goodwin has got Jones right behind him now by the look of it. Jones really sticking with him. Dendy using all of the road to go after that race lead. And it looks like as well Jones is going for the move on Goodwin for fourth place. Dendy even having a look down the inside into the chicane. Jones has got the move done already for fourth, although he's out of shape. He's sideways into the chicane, rotates the car completely, and now he's got to wait for the entire field to come back through. He'd be better off going to his left. He's actually doing a 3-point turn here at the chicane. He'd be better off going left and then swinging it all the way around. Lights up the fronts and gets going again. But that is a real shame for the man that started second on the grid. He's going to lose another place as well, I believe, to Ursula Jordan. What an absolute nightmare for Mark Jones. Just completely overdid it on the way in, and this is the thing, we were talking about weight transfers earlier with these cars, especially in a chicane like that where you're hard on the brakes, getting the car pitched in, making sure it doesn't slide away from you too much. And then once it does grip, you've got to just catch it in case it oversteers slightly and then flick the weight the other way. Sometimes it just overdoes it and it completely goes around on you. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened to Jones there, and he now drops down to 13th position. But still, we've got a brilliant battle going on between Johnny Rocket and Matt Mitter. Matt Mitter in the black number 10. All over the back of Johnny Rocket as they go through Church. He's even looking down the inside on the way in there. I'm not sure if that's going to compromise his line too much. These cars are very much about momentum. You have to really carry it through the corners. But here come the two leaders then. Kersley only just ahead of Dendy. He took a really wide entry into the corner. It doesn't seem to have properly worked for him there. It's all the white and blue cars at the front because Wayne Rocket is starting to catch up with them. Oh, we've got another car around. We've got two cars around at the final chicane. It's the number 27 that's gone first, which is Banks. There's lockups aplenty, as Johnny Rocket was the other car that went around there. Oh, and we've got actually an issue for the 75. He's just come in the pits. Oh, and it's a big off for Jones. Jones is off and into the wall hard at the final corner. Looks like the car just went straight on. He had an issue on the brakes. I've just seen it out my window. You can see it now on the feed. Car just did not want to turn at all. He came into the last corner, locked up the front right, and it went straight on and just bounced away from the wall. Marshall chatting away to him. He's probably just a little bit winded after it was a head-on impact into the barrier. It's knocked the barrier down. He's got out of the car and he's walking away, which is great to see. But yeah, a very busy lap at this final chicane then. Two cars spinning around completely, the 27 and of course then the 75 of Fletcher ended up going into the pit lane. But what should have been a fantastic race for the number 32 of Mark Jones has unfortunately finished early in the worst way possible with retirement. Started second on the grid. But this means now we're not going to see any overtaking manoeuvres into the final chicane, which could really spice things up. And we may see an overtaking manoeuvre into turn 1 here, as Wayne Rocket's got a fantastic run on Alistair Dendy. He's now going to take the pressure away from Kersley, so there could be a potential change for the lead. And we've got cars side by side into the chicane. Yellow flags being waved, of course, so no overtaking manoeuvres going on there. That's Mitchell Marie in the Misty Racing car, backing out of a move to overtake Banks in the... Sorry, it's not Banks now in the 27, is it? Because Banks dropped down. No, it's Banks. Apologies. Oh, it's Hurren. Apologies. Hurren had actually got ahead of Mitch Marie on that lap. Well, Kersley now will be really happy to see that Dendy is under pressure from Wayne Rocket. But it's a very sorry sight. Mark Jones' car just sat away from the barrier there. Through Church once again come the leaders then. We've got just over 4 minutes of this race still to go. This is their first race of the weekend. They have another one tomorrow morning just before lunchtime at 10 to 12. I say just before lunchtime, but lunch is actually at about 2 o'clock tomorrow. As all, big moment for Alistair Dendy, really sideways through the final chicane. Exactly what we've seen from other drivers as well. Chucks it one way and then the other, and I've just seen that Ursula Jordan has had a big off on the back of the circuit. Not sure if Ursula continued from that. Looks like just keeping it out of the wall as well from what I've seen on the feed. They're side by side in the final chicane here. This is Mitch Marie trying to get past Hurren. Hurren, of course, racing in 2 different series this weekend, racing in the BARC Red Series as well. Ursula Jordan, I can confirm, has just come past me as well at the final corner, but Ursula on the way in to the pit lane now, with the damage, of course, to the rear of the car clearly affecting it. Obviously no rear wing adding any downforce to the back of the car, the rear end of it obviously just getting away on that previous run through. But the lead battle opening up a little bit here. There was only 4 tenths between Dendy and Rocket for second place, but Kersley having it easy at the moment. I say having it easy, I mean it's motorsport, it's never easy, is it? Let's face it, but making it look easy anyway. One of the other Kersley Motorsport cars, the number 21 machine of Kevin Sanford, has just come past me out of the final corner, but here comes your race leader then, hoping not to get caught up behind Hirons in the 65, and again Alistair Dendy sideways, he's way out of shape, and he gives second place away to Wayne Rocket. Rocket doesn't even need to sneak through there, he just drives straight past him out of the final corner. We have a battle here between Mitter and, is that the number 5 of Evans? It is actually. Mitter's got ahead of him on this lap. We've got cars nearly 3 wide into the final chicane. Bit of contact there between the number 5, the Misty Racing Machine. Almost looked like he tried to take out Hurren then through the final corner. Really chucked his right hand down. One of them making an absolute racket there. I think maybe the 81 of Sheridan making an absolute load of noise, much like I am. But Alistair Dendy has been overdoing it into this final chicane 1 too many times at the moment, but he's got a big gap back to Goodwin, so he doesn't need to worry too much at the moment. Just got to hope that he doesn't completely loop it if he does it again. 1 minute left on the clock then. So 1 more lap to go after this. We've got Sanford just making his way round to the final chicane now. He's the last car on the lead lap. I think based on the gap he may get lapped this time round. But here comes Kersley to start the final lap of the race. Rocket in second place, Dendy in third, really attacking those curbs, trying to get every bit of momentum he can out of this car. Someone else that's trying to get every bit of momentum out of it is Goodwin. He was flying over the curbs through the final chicane. So the number 10 of Mitter also attacking them. I said earlier he was exciting. He's been up into 6th, down to 8th, now back up to 5th. He had a very, very strong run in this race, but not the most consistent at holding his position. Now we've got Laurie ahead of Mitch Murray a bit further back. And I believe it is the 81 that is making all of the racket out there on track. A bit further back we've got Owens in the 26 and then the 48 of Flowers battling together. Owens has overtaken Flowers on this lap. Looks like Flowers wants to repay the favour, but Kersley has done a great job in this race so far, hasn't been overtaken at all. Started from pole position, has continued to lead all the way through. Through Church once more. It's going to be a very, very strong win, a very convincing win as well for Kersley. Car 88 started on pole position and he has stayed there all the way through. There's a late challenge here from Rocket. Just where is Dendy? Dendy's going very slowly on this final lap, but Kersley doesn't mind as he takes the race win for the first race of the weekend. And it's Wayne Rocket in second place. There's the car out of shape at the final corner, and actually the number 25 has come through. Goodwin has taken third off Dendy in the final lap. It looks like the 21 has had an issue as well. Doesn't seem like he can get the car in gear. But what a brilliant win for Kersley. Rocket second, Goodwin third. Dendy's race gets worse and he goes to 4th. Mitter 5th, Evans 6th, and Banks in 7th in the number 27. We've got some final battles going on here to be decided. There's the very noisy? No, I was reading the side of the car. Kersley machine, the number 81 of Sheridan, bringing the noise quite literally there at the end of the race. And then the battle at the back, Owens and Flowers. Who's going to get it? Flowers goes to the pit wall to the right hand side, but Owens just beats him to the line. Well, bang for buck was the phrase that John used earlier, and he was not kidding. That was brilliant stuff from the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup, and we look forward to seeing those again tomorrow at 10 to 12 as it is in the programme. The next race of the day will be one of my absolute favourites up here in the commentary box, which is the Mighty Minis Championship. 2 classes, of course, as mentioned. We have the Super Mighty Minis and just your everyday Mighty Minis, which will be racing one another. The Super Mighty Minis, slightly bigger engines, a bit more power, and also just around a lap. Very entertaining nonetheless, very much like the Caterhams earlier. And yeah, believe me, I said that, but in the way that they behave, you know, there's so much. It's going to be an make their way back in now. We'll be back with you with John in a moment, who's going to try and speak to some of the drivers down there if he gets a chance, and we will have the Mighty Minis in a few minutes.
Well, once again, Chris, Chaz even, see, nearly got it in, nearly got the rest of the day right. You know, I made a mistake, just caught me napping then. Down in Parc Fermé again, so we'll get the drivers in and try and have a quick word if we can. The minis, you said, yes, they are there in the assembly area ready to go. So they will be out on track as soon as the track is cleared. You can probably hear one or two of them just running their motors up in the background. Not quite as noisy as the trucks. But we just see how they've lined everybody up. Well, as I said, down in the assembly area with our race winner, looked, well, it wasn't easy, was it?
It was hot. Yeah, it's just having to look after the tyres. I see the Gen 3 car, he was outbraking me into the chicane, but I thought just hold on for a few more laps and his tyres will drop off quicker than mine, and they did. Thankfully.
It's quite abrasive around this surface, and obviously with the weather it's made a slightly different situation, but I guess the track was near enough dry for you guys then, was it?
Yeah, there was a worry that it was going to be there was going to be damp spots, but there wasn't. It was full grip, so yeah, it held well. Yeah, it's harsh though, isn't it, on the tyres?
So that's it for today. Back again to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, I might come back and do it again tomorrow. Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll see you and we'll be chatting again.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Well done, Alex. Congratulations on the win. Second place. Let's have a little look. It's the 17 car of Wayne Rocket. Wayne, again, a race where you sort of improved a little bit as the race went on.
Yeah, started off, just couldn't get the turning on the car, and then the car just sort of come to me. Found a couple of little lines that I worked out halfway through the race, and then I think I started closing on the leaders, which was good.
So again, as I just said, you got a night off now, a bit of relaxation, and then get ready and do it all again tomorrow. Great little cars though, these, and you know, they're not the most expensive race car. They're probably a cheaper form of motor racing, if any motor racing is cheap. But it's just a great little series, and when all the cars are very equally matched, it makes great racing.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a great budget series, and a few more cars out here would make it one of the best ones, I reckon.
Well, there you go, Wayne. Well done on second. Hopefully it'll be number one tomorrow.
Fingers crossed.
We'll see. And I think we've probably just got a quick word to with our third place man, the number 25 car, and that is James Goodwin. James, it all came good for you with the demise of the third place man on the last lap.
Oh, yeah, I feel sorry for Ali. You know, that's not the way I want to make places up around here, you know. But equally, I'm over the moon with third place. Home circuit, you know, fantastic job.
So everybody here cheering for you. Got the family down, have you?
Yeah, they're all behind us. Yeah, so.
There you go, supporters club in tow.
Mate, excellent. Yeah, you can't beat it. You know, racing these guys close, fair, round Thruxton. Yeah, it's awesome.
Well, third place today. As I said to the other guys, you got a night off. Can you go one better tomorrow?
Hopefully, we'll give it a go. I mean, these guys are fast at the front, so yeah, we'll give it everything tomorrow. See what we can do.
Good luck and congratulations on the third place.
Thank you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, supporters. Well, there you go, Chaz. Three very happy drivers. Looking forward to tomorrow already, I think. They're off to, no doubt, relax for the rest of the day. And we are moving the cars out of the area. So that's about it as far as interviews are concerned. Minis still not yet been released, but they will be any second, I think.
I imagine so, and like you say, the drivers now have chance to get those 3 bottles in before the game later on.
Blimey, that don't start till 8 o'clock. They drink slow, don't they?
Yeah, indeed. Well, to be fair, we've got another absolutely stunning race coming up right now. These mighty minis are a lot of fun. They really are. I'll just get the grid up for you now, because I know that there are much like myself, a lot of you out there that like to fill in your programmes and make sure that you have a full account of the day's action by filling in with car numbers. So, to kill the time, let's go over it, shall we? We have Adam Bath on pole position in the number 23. Greg Jenkins in the number 70 lines up alongside him. Then it's number 1 Ian Slark alongside number 8 Stuart Coombs. David Burns in the number 46 car is then with Stephen Rideout in number 7 on row 3. Then it's Tom Grindle, number 70.
With Ben Taylor, Chief Exec of the BARC. Ben, thanks for your time on race day morning. A few questions for you. I'm sure you know where we're going to start. It's the question everybody's asking. And for yourself and the BARC, how has the last 18 months been?
Challenging, I think is probably the best word for it. Look, it's been a really difficult time for a huge number of people across the whole country, in fact across the world. So, you know, when we talk about the troubles that we've had as a racing club, we have to put that into context and really understand that a lot of people have been affected a lot worse than we have. At the end of the day, we exist to go racing and bring pleasure to people through their leisure activities. Yeah, it's been difficult for them that they haven't been able to do their leisure activities. It's been difficult for us commercially, but at the end of the day, it's not a matter of life and death. So yeah, we try to bear in mind that the reality of the situation. Last year we struggled to put anything on. We had a race season that was condensed into about 3 months, which we managed to get done behind closed doors. So clearly the venues all suffered as a result of the lack of spectators. And it felt really weird racing behind closed doors. I mean, the competitors have probably still enjoyed themselves, but not as much as they do when they're racing for a crowd, and they weren't necessarily able to bring their families with them, and we didn't have as many marshals as we could possibly have. So yeah, it was a very different feeling last year, but we managed to recover a degree of what should have gone on in 2020, and then obviously we thought we were going to come into 2021 and it would be back to normal, or maybe we didn't really think it was going to be back to normal, but we thought we didn't necessarily anticipate a lockdown in the winter. But honestly, the winter months are the months where we probably don't do very much in terms of commercially sensitive activities. So if we lost January, February, March as we did, it gave us an opportunity to get ready for this year, for the 2021 season, and we started pretty much on time. Lost a couple of events, which we managed to reschedule for later in the year, and now it feels like we've never been away.
We heard the MD of Silverstone a couple of weeks ago mention that without the Grand Prix going ahead, Silverstone was going bust. As simple as that. How close did Thruxton and the other BARC tracks get to that edge?
Well, we didn't get to the cliff edge, but that's because we worked very hard to make sure we didn't. And I think the whole sport, and the whole of business across the country, whatever sector you're in, but the whole sport sort of looked at what are we doing and how can we modify or change what we're doing. But we exist in the experience industry, and when people can't come to do an experience, whether it's racing or driving Ferraris around our circuit, or come and have hospitality or have business conferences in this building, there's nothing we can do. You know, the market wasn't there. We weren't able to do what we were doing. So furlough was a godsend. But fixed venues, the grass still grows, the maintenance still needs to be done. We still need to keep up with the painting and the decorating and the maintenance and the water and the power and everything like that. So, you know, it never really stops. It could have been a lot worse.
You mentioned commercial activity. How hard has it been to retain and find new sponsors when they didn't really know what they were going to get?
Everyone's been very pragmatic and very realistic, and that means sponsors, it means competitors, teams. Everyone's just had, and other circuits, everyone's had to just understand what the situation was. It was very unique. We've all been very grown up about it, and what's been very encouraging is the fact that last year, when people had contracts that by the letter of the contract would have led to penalty clauses or suing or litigation or something. Everyone kind of said, well, we're all in this together. We've got to work together to get through it in order to make sure that we've got an industry and a business that comes out for 2021 and beyond. And so that everybody taking a grown-up stance on that has been very important.
And through adversity we grow. And what is the BARC going to take away from the pandemic to be a stronger, better, faster organisation in the future?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There are things that we do when we have to, under sufferance maybe, that we wouldn't necessarily force on ourselves in the normal course of events. I think one of the things that we've learned, and that the whole sport has done probably, is to look at the digitisation of what was a very analogue product offering. We've had manual signing on and lots of paperwork and administrative burdens for many, many years, and we've just done it because that's the way it's always been done. Last year, we couldn't do that. We couldn't have people in person signing pieces of paper to say they were here and that they'd read the rules. So that all moved online and electronically. I think that will stay with us now. There's no reason to go back on that because it's a significant step forward that we, as you say, we probably wouldn't have taken if it hadn't been for the pandemic.
We're here at Thruxton, but you also operate Croft, Pembury, Gurston Down, Harewood Hill venues. How have they been affected individually?
All different, actually. Gurston didn't do anything at all last year because of the lockdown, and it wasn't worth opening it up again because that exists on private farmland. So we discussed with the landlord, and so we didn't run any events there, but they're running again this year. Croft had a reasonable season last year. Club racing up in the northeast was fantastic, but the touring cars, which is the big payday up there, didn't happen. Well, it happened, but behind closed doors. Pembury really struggled because it's in Wales, and the Welsh government has effectively kept the country pretty much shut for the last 18 months. It's only just opened up again at the beginning of June. And that was really difficult. So Pembury probably hit harder than any other venue in our portfolio. And Harewood Hill had a reasonable season of hill climb thanks to the hard work of the team up there.
We've just seen the Caterhams qualifying. Trucks are about to go out behind you. Just how good is it to be finally back racing?
Yeah, it's great. This is our 4th event of the year here at Thruxton, and it's the 2nd one with spectators. We did hope that we would be after the June 21 cut-off date and we'd have a full house here. We haven't got that, but we are keeping the crowd here under 4,000 for the weekend. But it's great to see people on the banks, to see the kids back, to see people milling around and enjoying what we put on, because, you know, that, as I say, we're in the experience industry, and that's for spectators, for marshals, for competitors. Everyone likes to do it in front of the crowd.
And this isn't just a race weekend, this is the convoy on the plain, it's a festival of truck racing. How did that come about?
Well, it took the inspiration from the convoy in the park, which runs at Donington in August, and the media company behind that. We had plans this year, in fact we had plans last year, to run convoy here at Thruxton and also at Pembury. We weren't able to do the Pembury one because it was cancelled for the Welsh Government. But it's about trying to bring a truck fest atmosphere here, so lots of shiny trucks, lots for everyone to see. The industry, the haulage industry is doing incredibly well at the moment. You know, they are, the biggest problem I think for the haulage industry, talking to the people here, is that they can't find enough trucks to buy and to sell. So it's a big industry to be in at the moment, and to enable all of that industry to come together behind truck racing, because all the truckers and the haulage folk, they love the truck racing because they love to see these big 5-ton mammoth machines racing around the circuit. It looks a bit incongruous, and it's all a bit mad. So yeah, the idea of the convoy is to try to appeal to a broader audience, a bigger crowd.
So that's where we've been and this is where we are. What does the future of the BARC look like now?
Well, I think at some stage at the beginning of, or the middle of last year, we might have thought, well, what does the future of the BARC look like? Does it have a future? I'm really pleased to say that halfway through 2021, I'm pretty confident that the BARC has a really bright future. It's been a challenging time. We've taken some financial struggles and hits as a result of what's gone on, but so has everybody. But we're still here. I think one of the advantages that the BARC has is that we don't just organise race meetings.
And what about the membership and the lifestyle card I've heard all about?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's all part of being a membership club. At its heart, BARC is a membership club, but obviously operates the commercial venues as well. But we're always looking at what we can give back to our members to make it more interesting for them to continue to be a member of the BARC, because without their support, then we don't exist.
And back just onto this weekend, plenty of classes involved, fans in attendance, as you mentioned, the convoy on the plane. What are you most looking forward to this weekend?
Well, I'm really looking forward to the trucks not making the mess of the circuit like they did in November last year. It was really dark. It was the last race meeting of the season. We crammed it in, and we had a couple of shunts in the last race which left their mark, let's say, I think on the competitors and also on the infrastructure of the circuit, which has been repaired over the winter. What I'd really like to see on Sunday evening is everyone goes home with a smile on their face, and all of our Armco and barriers are still intact. So message to the truck drivers, keep it on the black stuff, and we'll all have a good time.
Ben Taylor, Chief Exec of the BARC. I know you've got a really busy weekend, so really appreciate your time. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks.
Well, we're in the workshop with British Truck Racing Championship competitor Martin Gibson and his MAN. How is preparation going for the 2021 season, Martin?
Pretty good. We're just waiting for the dampers to come back from service, put some stickers on, and then away we go. Wait for the tracks to open and get racing.
Obviously, champing at the bit, ready to go. Have you been keeping busy over the winter?
Yep, probably too busy. You hear all these stories of people enjoying time in the garden, but we've been cracking on and working through it, and so far so good.
Tell us how you got into truck racing in the first place, first of all, because you've had a slightly unusual route in, haven't you?
Yes, very different to the other guys who've built trucks 15, 20 years ago and worked their way in. I got in through Stuart. We actually ran an event and I hired Stuart as a driver, and Stuart thankfully allowed me to have a go in a truck, and we hit a relationship off, and then one thing led to another, and I joined his team, and here we are today with this truck. Obviously that came from the introduction of GT Tires, and everything just gelled together, and here we are.
You've done a fair bit of other motorsports before moving into trucks, haven't you? Tell us about that.
Yeah, I haven't been racing for long actually, but I've had a go at a few things, from sprint racing, endurance racing, bike racing, and done quite well at most of them, but this is the biggest challenge of all so far.
Obviously working with Stuart Oliver, the 10 times British, 1-time European champion, with the reputation he carries, and he's obviously a big influence for you and a big help to your career.
Yes, exactly. It's quite daunting being teammate of somebody with such pedigree, and he doesn't give away too many secrets. And he doesn't give you any room either on the track, but that's what I like about him. When you go racing, he's racing.
So you're more team rivals than teammates then?
Yeah, obviously, yeah. He gives us hard, or even harder than anybody else on the track, which makes it fun.
We've seen GT Tires come in over the past year or two into the sport as a major sponsor. How did that come about?
The tyre was created for the Australian Truck Championship, and so I got hold of the tyre, brought it to Europe, and we ran a test, and it fit in really well with the other competitor tyres. The performance was very close, so we thought, let's introduce it, see how it goes. And a lot of people took really well to it, really liked it. It was very competitive in terms of performance and cost, and so it's just gone from strength to strength.
And we've seen a couple of tyre manufacturers in the championship. There's a good inter-team battle, isn't there, between them almost?
Yes. It's I think that's natural, and it's brilliant as well. It adds that competitive edge to it, not just racing each other, but racing the brands.
Looking at the shortened 2020 season, even though it was a shorter season for obvious reasons, it was a successful one for you, wasn't it?
Yes. Obviously, we stepped up with the. We went from the Scania, which was getting a bit tired for Division 1 and is now eligible for Division 2, and jumping into the MAN was a real step for me. Another learning curve. I had to relearn how to drive this thing, as well as still learning how to drive a truck. But now I had a few wins, some pole positions from qualifying, which I'm almost proud of that more than more than the racing itself.
Because the trucks are all very evenly matched, aren't they? Particularly with the speed being limited in Division 1 electronically to 100 miles an hour. It creates a very level playing field, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a very different approach from coming from a car or a bike, where you kind of plan before a corner that you're going to gain speed out the corner to get them on the straight. That doesn't happen in trucks, because once you get to 100, you're at 100. You're not going to slipstream, you're not going to creep past them, you're stuck at 100. So you have to rethink about how you can get that speed, and I'm finding a lot of it's under braking and corner speed, not exit speed.
Must be a big adrenaline rush though, to be charging at 100 miles an hour down the straight side by side in a couple of these things.
Yes, the biggest adrenaline rush is the start, when everybody's holding the brake on boost. That was the biggest shock for me coming into truck racing. The noise, the trucks rattling, you've got all these champions around you. Yeah, I often think, what the hell am I doing here? And then the lights drop off and away it goes to madness.
Must have been a big step psychologically as well to move from cars almost instantly into trucks right at the top level.
Yeah, exactly. There's some big characters in it, and like I said, there's so many former champions on the grid. You come into it completely lost, thinking, how do you do this? These guys have been doing it for years, but thankfully a lot of them have helped me do it. I'm learning off a lot of them on the track every time I go out. But yeah, like I said, when the lights go off, we're just racing. It doesn't matter who's next to you.
Yeah. Once past the gates, you have no mates, as they say
exactly.
in short oval racing.
Yeah, I think that's Stuart's motto, for sure. We've actually got odds on which side of the truck is going to take me out this year. I look forward to that one.
I don't know. How much do you have to change your style and approach to racing between cars and trucks?
I've had to. I was probably too aggressive when I started. I would go too hard into a corner. I'd say a bit crude at driving a truck. I've had to come back, and smooth is fast, and take wider approaches, get the truck turned before you're on the power. It's a very different approach to. I also race a Fun Cup car, which is literally going as fast and as hard as you can, come out sideways, dancing however you can. This doesn't want to do that. So yeah, a complete rethink.
And there's a lot more going on that you have to think about in a truck as well, isn't there? Tell us about that.
Yes, that's a very hard aspect to it, is controlling the water, the brakes, and different gearbox setup, and for me, and also visibility is a real hindrance in these things. Yeah, although you have this huge screen, you can't see much around you. That takes a bit of getting used to, and using your mirrors properly, and yeah, it's a real added extra to this.
And the psychological approach is important as well, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Like I mentioned, they're big characters. Well, they're big truckers. They're scary guys. You've got to get used to them and just get on with it, basically.
But they're not too scary off the track, because we see the fan interaction that goes on in the paddock. I know there hasn't been over perhaps the 2020 season with the restrictions and so on, but the interaction with the fans, it's a very family-friendly sport off track, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the most brilliant thing about it. It's obviously there's lots of car championships out there, but they're not a show like truck racing. Truck racing is 50% racing, 50% a show. And the fact that families are coming around looking at the trucks, I'm amazed at how many spectators know everything about the trucks on the grid, everything about the drivers on the grid. It's brilliant.
Would you say that's because they can identify better with trucks as they see them on the road every day?
I don't know. I think maybe it's just different. It's big, it's loud, it's bold, it creates that extra draw. Whereas, as an example, my girlfriend, she finds car racing boring, but she'll happily watch a truck race. There's just more to see and more action, and no doubt a crash or two.
Have you been involved in any major crashes yourself over the years? I know you've seen some pretty spectacular ones.
Yeah, 2020 had its fair share in the short season. Obviously, I don't like to talk about crashes, but yes, it's inevitable in these things. I've had a few with Stuart, as we said. But no, nothing too serious, thank God.
What would you say has been the high point of your truck racing career so far?
There's two aspects to look at it. When we went to Germany for the Nürburgring Grand Prix, that was just a pure, amazing event. Just to be there, whether you came first or last, it's a privilege to be a part of it. And I'm sure those days will come again. Also, 2020, to get a pole in qualifying, I was very proud of that. And then to get a couple of wins against these amazing drivers with so much history, yeah, very proud of that. They don't make it easy at all, so it's brilliant.
What's your favourite circuit in the UK to race on?
Wow. I'd have to say probably Donington. Going down Craner curves in this. A couple of laps in when you've got used to it and you forget it's a truck and you go down Craner like it's a car, foot to the floor. It's just a brilliant feeling. They're so well balanced and so well put together. Huge credit to the guys that design and build them. It's brilliant. Yeah, you get a real good sense of speed there.
That's quite remarkable. You say that you can actually forget you're driving a truck and it feels more like a car. That's
yeah, not so much more like a car. It's when you just hit the comfort point and the balance of the truck allows your behaviour under hard braking and turning behaves like a car. Obviously you're in a different position, you're ahead of the wheels, but yeah, until you hit the wall you forget it's 5 ton you're driving.
As we said, we've seen a few walls get hit over the years
yeah, I've hit my own fair share of walls.
How much setup work goes into preparing the truck for a race weekend?
A huge amount actually. You can imagine they absolutely hammer the components on the vehicle. I often wonder how the trucks last as long as they do. In terms of setup, from a driving point of view, I'm amazed at how responsive the truck is to roll bar changes, damper changes. Coming into the sport, I expected it to be not more low tech, but more simple. But just with a few clicks on dampers, you can have huge gains and huge distribution changes. That's another challenge in itself, learning how a truck behaves compared to a car.
And the support from GT Tires is probably very appreciated because I would imagine they get some very hard use as well. How many tyres do you typically get through in a race meeting?
Unfortunately, they last too long. So you're looking at one set in a race meeting, and then you'll even use those in the next practice session. They're very hard wearing, but that's part of the criteria. You don't want to come in with a super soft tyre that wears out within one race because they're not cheap things. You can see the size of them, they're never going to be cheap. So it's not about ultimate tyre performance, it's about durability as well.
Well, that's a great advert for the durability of GT Tires.
Exactly, yeah. It's a real proving ground for a tyre, especially a place like Thruxton. If you can get a truck around Thruxton and keep the tyre together, not a lot of car tyres can do that.
Thruxton in particular because it has a particularly abrasive surface.
Yeah, the aggregate is very abrasive. Not so much now with the changes, but it's still there. So yeah, we've learned a lot about heat management, pressure, tread pressure and other things as we've gone through it.
And the race trucks being used as that proving ground is important as well because of the amount of links with the road haulage industry that the sport has that perhaps car racing doesn't.
Yes, exactly. With the car racing, you tend to be racing against, say, solicitors, accountants, all manner of people that aren't directly interested in the tyres. They're there just to have some weekend fun. Truck racing, it's pure industry racing. You have haulage owners actually racing themselves. You're in the belly of the beast when you go truck racing. It's a brilliant opportunity for a company.
And we see the link as well with the convoy events. I know we didn't see them last year, but with the road-going truck parades, you see hundreds of them out at places like Thruxton and Donington, and that's important for attracting new interest in the sport as well.
Yes, definitely. The convoy events are brilliant, and that just builds on the family aspect of truck racing. Fingers crossed that picks up very soon. It's going to have its challenges in 21 because of obvious reasons. But no, that's again a shock to us new guys in truck racing of how much is going on. off the circuit. It's not just about racing and motorsport.
It has been brilliant to see that grids are rising all the time. There's new teams and new talents coming into the sport. The sport is certainly on the up in the UK, isn't it?
Yes, definitely, and not just in truck racing, everywhere. Thankfully, it's growing radically. Truck racing, even in the short time I've been in it, I've done 1.5 seasons now, you could say. I've seen 2, 3, 4 new guys come in, well, not so much new trucks, but new trucks to the grid. That's a real surprise for me, because it's not an easy thing to get into.
We mentioned racing in Germany, and you've had some success over there. Would you perhaps consider tackling the full European Championship someday?
Yes, that's pure budget related. It's a huge expense. It's another challenge in itself. It's great to be learning my trade where I am before going, because if I go to Europe, you're learning new tracks from scratch. So that's the added challenge of not just learning how they do it over there.
Is there a circuit you've not raced on yet that you'd like to?
In a truck or in general?
Both. In a truck or in a car?
Spa. Embarrassingly, I've never been to Spa. Shouldn't have to say that on camera, really, as a race guy. In a truck, I'd like to do Le Mans, just because it's probably not the best circuit, but it has I've been told it's a brilliant event. Huge fan base in France. Fingers crossed we get there one day. And hopefully we see possibly new circuits in the UK. It's not easy because of what they are, but I think it would be interesting to try other places as well.
One place I'd be interested to see if trucks could race on is Anglesey in North Wales. Trouble there, if you go off too quickly, you end up in the sea.
We spoke about this a few days ago. It would be brilliant, and a brilliant back shot to the images. So yeah, spread the word. Let's get it going.
We'll see what we can do. What does a typical truck race weekend look like for you? Do you have any routines you follow?
It's a truck race. I've mentioned this in the past. It's very different to car racing because you're almost, for myself, I feel unprepared because you can't just go testing in a truck. You can't a week before go and do a shakedown, go and have a pre-race test. You're pretty much jump in the truck on Friday and away you go. Track time is limited, so if you have problems, you tend to lose the day. You're repairing the truck, not getting used to the truck. So that's an added challenge. It's a tricky thing to get your head around and get used to the size and the behaviour of it. In terms of the tracks, I've driven most of the tracks that the British rounds do, so I'm not learning the track anymore. It's more challenging, I would say.
And how big a support crew do you have to take with you to a meeting?
Normally quite big, but this year it'll be slimmed down like 2020 still until everything kicks off. We like to take customers of GT to the events and basically have a party, but nobody's allowed to party at the moment, so it's all about the racing now. Fingers crossed.
But again, that social side of it's important, and is the highlight for many of a truck race weekend, having your barbecue in the pits on a Saturday night.
And there's plans to grow that and have live music in the pits and get a real kind of party feel to a weekend, not just for the guests but also for the drivers and the families of the drivers. That's something that we want to push, and Truck Sport want to do that as well, so looking forward to that.
And again, there's not many motorsports that have that atmosphere about them. It's so different. That's the appeal for some, isn't it?
It is very different. They're a very different bunch of characters. It's what I find with truck racing is they're so passionate about trucks. It's their life. They've been involved in this from being toddlers. A lot of them have watched their dads race trucks as toddlers, and you can really feel that they will be there every year no matter what.
It does get very fiercely competitive at times, doesn't it?
Yes, I've had to contend with that. There are some hot moments in Parc Fermé that you have to calmly deal with, but I believe that's truck racing and all part of it.
Yeah, some would argue that that's all part of the show, as we mentioned.
Yeah, I believe that's probably right, yeah. It's a shock to me. I've not seen that you don't get that so much in car racing, but as you say, it's part of the show.
So what's your ultimate aim for the hopefully full 2021 season?
My personal aim is just to get quicker, to learn more. Like I said, I'm learning off the other guys every race. I want as much success in 21 as 20 and more. But let's see, we're ready, the truck's ready, so why not?
It's interesting the way it sets up, as well as your competitive nature, you seem to be studying the sport almost as well, with your approach to it.
I have to, because I've come in as a blank canvas, so to speed up the learning I have to study what's going on around me. I don't want to make too many mistakes, I don't want to make an idiot of myself, so the more I learn what to do and watch what to do, it saves time basically.
Well, hopefully that approach pays off for you. It's an interesting way to approach the sport. We wish you every success with it. Martin, thank you very much indeed for talking to us.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to a sun-soaked Silverstone on a special Saturday as British Motor Racing makes its return in 2021. We're here for the classic touring cars. The Pre-66s are out on track at the moment, giving us a thrill and spill and plenty more. But before we get into all the racing action, let's meet some of our drivers with this week's Driver in Focus.
My dad used to race with the club back in the 80s, so there's always been a bit of an affiliation there, and we just like to continue it really. So I'm a race mechanic. I also go away racing for Porsche, racing with Porsche in the World Endurance Championship, which includes races like Le Mans, so you get to experience these sort of gruelling 48-hour shifts as a mechanic, as well as what the drivers go through. I can't remember a time in the last sort of 5-6 years that I haven't spent a week working on something to do with racing. But in the Anglia, I've never completed a full season, and that's partly due to the work that I do and race weekends being taken up. But this year, looking at the calendar, it looks like we might actually have a good chance of making all the meetings, which would be a good attempt at maybe getting some of that prize money.
Well, lovely to hear from one of our classic touring car drivers there. We'll hear from plenty more throughout the course of this motorsport season, which is just about to get underway. Really excited to get underway here at Silverstone, and so are plenty of the drivers. I've been around the paddock catching up with several who cannot wait to get going.
We've been building up to this for a while. I didn't race last year because of COVID, basically. I raced in 2019 in a different Anglia, and it took us last year basically to rebuild this one anyway, so I wouldn't have been out. So, as I say, yesterday's the first time out in it, today's the first race, so we're looking to do all of this series.
It's gaining confidence really. Don't want to break it before I get a chance to learn how to work it really. Could have been faster in qualifying, so the aim of the day is just to get every time, if I can get a step quicker in each race, I should be happy. You know?
It's getting the car and myself back up to speed. I think we've both had a long break from racing. The car has had a full rebuild in the last 18 months, and yesterday it ran for the first time. It's typical bedding in and teething problems.
I've had it 9 years, and it's just one of them things. It's been shoved on the back burner. Me and my son and one of my mates have been building it and doing a bit, leaving it, getting out, and then as everybody did, the first lockdown thing come along, and we really got stuck into it and got it done. You know, so. Yeah, it's been a passion to get it out and done for all them years, but other things get in the way, don't they? So
it's a full rebuild, yeah. Basically, the only thing that's as it is when I bought it is the shell and roll cage. Absolutely everything else is brand new on it. So it will take a bit of while to get up to speed, but 3 or 4 meetings in, it should be up there with the top ones. They're exciting. They don't have to move around a lot. They slide everywhere, so it's interesting.
Well, it's about time we got going then. They have waited long enough. Can't wait for this one. We get going with the classic touring cars, Pre-66s. It's time to go to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
And we're ready for our first race of the day, the Pultec Classic Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars. Well, here they come then up to the grid. with Peter Smith at number 71, pole position, the man from North Yorkshire with his Lotus Cortina. Alan Greenall, the reigning Class A champion, will start alongside him in the big Ford Falcon. The marshals clearing the grid. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. It's time to go racing here on the Silverstone International Circuit. Off they go with race number 1 of the weekend. Roger Stanford gets away well with the Lotus Cortina. Who's going to be leading as they head into Abbey Corner for the first time? It should be Alan Greenall in the big V8 engine Ford Falcon, but no, Peter Smith holds it around the outside. 41 of Ollie Attard is there on the outside. Roger Stanford up into 4th position. He's out-dragged Peter Holford. Not the best of starts by Barry Syme in the Mini. He has dropped away. We'll wait to see as they sort themselves out who's going to come through in the lead for the first time as they head up towards Beckett's, then round to the right and onto the Hanger Straight. It's Alan Greenall in the big Ford Falcon, slides his way through Beckett's, leads the way ahead of Pete Smith and Ollie Attard. They charge their way onto the Hanger Straight, and here the power will tell for Alan Greenall. The V8 engine Class A car pulls away from the Cortina and Mini Hordes behind. Look at Michael Sheraton up there in the Anglia as well. He's having a go at Pete Holford in the Ford Mustang, going for the inside into the daunting Stowe corner. Harvey Death in there as well in the Mini. It's a brilliant field. I think this is the biggest ever field that the Pultec Pre-66 category has had. Watch for the Falcon hanging the tail out there as they slide their way through. This is great stuff so far from the Pultec Pre-66 Classic Touring Cars, promoted by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Over the line they come. Alan Greenall has the lead ahead of Pete Smith. Ollie Attard is in 3rd place. Barry Syme's dropped back a bit in his Mini, didn't make the best of starts. There's Michael Sheraton in his Ford Anglia, chased by Pete Holford in the yellow Mustang. Settling in, starting to sort themselves out. There's Barry Syme just behind Pete Holford there, the blue Mini. Behind him is the Alfa Romeo of James Everard, the orange car. But through the complex up towards the right-hander at Beckett's onto the Hanger Straight. Greenall from Smith, Attard, Stanford, then it's Death, Sheraton, Holford sideways, as is Everard. This is what we've come to see. Now, where is Andy Mesham up to? He's one to watch further back. He's made up a couple of places so far. Wonderful variety, the brutal V8s, the Mustangs and the Falcons, and the more nimble Cortinas, Minis and Ford Anglias. There's Robin Slater's Anglia, making it past the leading Hillman Imp there of James Ibbotson, the dark blue number 22. Number 87 rather, 22 is Michael Loveland, I apologise. 128 there, that's Pete Winstone, ex-short oval hot rod racer in his Anglia. Hanging the tail out as they come through Club Corner. There's Harvey Death, Mini racing veteran. Over the line they come with 12 minutes to go in this 15-minute race to complete their second lap. Greenall has the lead, chased by Pete Smith. Ollie Attard in 3rd place. Smith leading Class F, Greenall Class A. Harvey Death's Mini leads Class C. He's under, problems there for one of the Minis being pushed back there in the background. We'll try and identify who that is out of the race. I think that might be James Burrows, number 17, that we've lost there in the background. Somebody running wide. That's another of the Minis. That's Andy Mesham. It's got to be Andy Mesham driving that far wide. He's on the attack. Only way he knows how to drive. Greenall still leads them from the trio of Lotus Cortinas behind. Smith, Attard and Roger Stanford. 5th behind them, Harvey Death in his Mini. Then we've got Michael Sheraton going great guns there. It is James Burrows that has pulled up in the number 17 Mini. He's out of the race. He's plagued by problems with that Mini, if I remember rightly, last season as well. Harvey Death's dropped back a little as well. He's behind Barry Syme and James Everard, so he's lost a couple of places there. Through the club complex, here comes Alan Greenall, going to complete lap number 3. Pete Smith under pressure for the class lead and second overall from Ollie Attard. Attard wide over the curbs there, out of club onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Roger Stanford's dropped back a few lengths then. Then we've got Pete Holford in the Mustang, chased by Michael Sheraton. He's well up in his Anglia. You see the number plates on that car. It is a road legal car as well. James Everard, Barry Syme back ahead of Harvey Death, who's dropped back. He's lost the lead of Class C as well. It's now Michael Sheraton leading that class in the Anglia. Further back in the order, Class E is being led, Class D is being led by Brian Bedford in his Austin A40. Class E by the imp of James Ibbotson. Bit of a lock-up there from one of the minis coming into Beckett's. Pete Holford hanging the tail out in the Mustang. This is brilliant stuff. Pete Smith started from pole but was out-dragged off the line by Alan Greenall. The power of the V8 Ford Falcon telling. There's more V8 brute power. Pete Holford, long-time Ford Mustang racer. John Storage lets the leaders by on the home straight. Now is Holford going to be able to catch up in the Mustang? The lead gap 1.5 seconds that time through. But Pete Smith has just done the fastest lap of the race. We've got somebody off there, and Ollie Attard ran wide in avoidance. Now, who was that going off there? That was Greenall. The leader has spun coming out of Abbey. Greenall is down to around 5th position. So the Cortina battle is now for the lead. There is Greenall. He had a spin there coming out of Abbey. I don't know whether the back marker got in the way, but Greenall is down to, I think, 5th position behind the Cortinas, and Pete Holford, and a big lock up there from Ollie Attard. He runs wide, loses a bit of ground to our race leader, Pete Smith. Look at Alan Greenall there, completely sideways as he tries to recover. He's angry, he's frustrated with himself, trying to recover. Pete Smith leads the way. Look at the Mustang there, sideways onto the hanger straight. This is great stuff. This is what we've come to see from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Oh, we've got a tangle there. Tony Palmer and the 128, which is Pete Winstone. His Anglia's gone. Somebody else has a lock up there into Stowe Corner. Michael Sheraton trying to hold off Barry Syme. That's for second place in class. But these Cortinas really throwing it around as they fight for the lead through Vale. There's a replay. Oh dear, Pete Winstone went off and he's hit Tony Palmer's car that had just parked up. That's unlucky for Tony. He just parked up with a problem. We saw him slowing, and Pete Winstone slid off and crashed into him. And at Vale and into Club, through goes Alan Greenall. He's got past Roger Stanford now, and their battling is drawing Pete Holford onto the back of them. There's the yellow Mustang. So we've got two Cortinas going for the lead, and here comes Pete Holford. He should use the Mustang's power here to draw alongside Roger Stanford. He's going to go through, take 4th place, and he's chasing Alan Greenall to try and get his class lead back. That's the battle for the lead in Class A. 1 minute 20 seconds to go. So this should be last lap this time for Peter Smith in his beautiful Lotus Cortina, the original homologation saloon, of course, the Lotus Cortina. First saloon to be created for racing. Final lap, Pete Smith and Ollie Attard. I don't think there's anything Ollie Attard can do from here, but behind, Pete Holford at the inside. He's going to try and take 3rd, and more significantly, the lead of Class A. Greenall breaks as late as he dares. Mind that Hillman imp. Michael Loveland ahead of them. He's going to have to get out of the way here. He does get out of the way. Greenall holds 3rd and holds his class lead over Pete Holford in the Mustang. Roger Stanford with the headlights ablaze behind him. Marshall's waving the blue flags to tell the back markers the leaders are coming through. Oh, Pete Holford's losing the Mustang. Round he goes. What a shame for Pete Holford. 4th place gone. Just pushed a little bit too hard there, Pete Holford. I hope he hasn't hit anything. Hopefully he'll be able to recover. But it should be checkered flag this time. Pete Smith from North Yorkshire into the left-hander at Vale for the last time. I don't think Ollie Attard's going to be able to do anything from here. It's going to be Pete Smith if he just gets round Club Corner for the final time. And our first winner this season is going to be Peter Smith in the Lotus Cortina. There's the checkered flag. Smith wins it. Ollie Attard 2nd. Alan Greenall comes in 3rd in the Ford Falcon to win Class A, and Roger Stanford 4th. Great drive by Pete Smith, the pole sitter for this race. Lost the lead early on to Alan Greenall, but a quick spin dropped Alan down a few places. There are our provisional class winners. Smith takes Class F, Greenall Class A after that late spin for Pete Holford. Bad luck to him. He did get going again and finished 7th, I can tell you. Class C goes to James Everard in the Alfa Romeo. Well done to him. Class E to James Ibbotson in his Hillman Imp. And Class D to Brian Bedford in the Austin A40.
Big congratulations to our overall race winner. That was some drive out there. How did you enjoy it?
Really good. Yeah, really good. I'd say it's first time on this track racing, so you know, it was was quite nervous at the start because I wasn't sure how the start would go, how it would go on, and you obviously watched all the Formula 1 drivers, so I tried to move over on that big Falcon, but it looked a bit big to me, so I had to let him go. But I think it was pulling him back actually, and then obviously he spun. So yeah, no, it's good. The car was good. I enjoyed it, and I didn't make a fool of myself. And you know, for a 71-year-old, that ain't bad, is it?
Sun's shining. You've had your first race at Silverstone for the weekend. How do you feel?
Yeah, great. What a fabulous race. It was good fun. Had a real ding-dong with another Mini and Ford Anglia all the way round. And yeah, what a wonderful day and a lovely day for it.
How do you reflect on that race ultimately for yourself?
Great fun, and that's what it's all about. Enjoying yourself.
A brilliant opening race, and the action is set to continue with the pre-83s in the classic touring cars, joined by the Jaguar Enthusiast Club. Let's hear from some of the drivers.
Can't wait to get going, should I say. Fantastic. Yeah, it's good to be back.
What's it like being out on the track already?
Good. Yeah, very good. Car's got some grip. Track feels good. I don't mind this track. It's a power circuit, so we have a good bash. Flat down.
And tell me a little bit about the car itself, because as we all know, cars like this always have a story. What's this
There's
one?
a long story. I started racing in 2000 with a RS 2000. We crashed that a couple of times, so we reshelled that. This is the reshell, and I came back racing in 2017.
Oh, we're here with Daniel Stewart running the Jaguar Enthusiast Club, and it's a beautiful car you've got with you, Daniel, today. Tell us a little bit more about it, first of all.
Well, it's the second car. With the first one I killed at Brands Hatch, so we bought a new shell and put all the components of the old car into this one, and decided to go for the Hesworth colours on it. I think it's nice.
Now that sounds like a little bit of a story to me. How on earth did that happen?
I drove into the pit wall at 70 miles an hour. It doesn't normally do a car very good.
No, that'll do it for sure. How's today gone? Slightly better for you?
Yeah, I haven't crashed today, which is good. I haven't finished qualifying though. We've got a problem with the car overheating, but hopefully we'll solve that.
Yeah, speaking of overheating, it couldn't be a better day for it, could it?
It's
for the first day of the season to be back at Silverstone. This is what dreams are made of, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. I've never raced here before, but it's a beautiful day. Yeah, the track's lovely. Yeah, it's very nice.
Oh, the championship's fantastic. The club's fantastic. You know, all the guys, everybody in the club is your mate. You know, they're all friends. We help each other out in the paddock. When you get out on track, you want to beat them.
and that's what it should be all about.
Exactly.
Best of luck today, Mark.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
They're a handful, but then they're just so much fun, and to try and master when it goes well, it's really satisfying.
Getting ready then for our pre-83 Shell Oils touring cars and the Jaguar Enthusiasts Club Saloon and GT race. The Jaguars start from the front half of the grid, and in pole position it is number 4 of Tom Robinson alongside number 1, the reigning champion James Ram. And then we've got the pre-83 touring cars sponsored by Shell Oils. Front row for them, Simon Jeffs in the VW Golf alongside Stephen Primet in his Mark 1 Escort. Second row, reigning champion Mike Luck with his BMW alongside 41, the Fiesta of Tom Burgess. Great variety of cars in the pre-83 touring cars. About to get underway here with the Jaguars. We've got in-car footage for this race. We are on board with Stuart Kay in his Ford Capri, just making his way out of the paddock onto the grid, the triplex Capri, riding on board with the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Jaguars already in position on the grid then, taking their time to form up this big grid. I think we've got 36 cars out there, a couple of withdrawals in the Jags. Almost ready for 15 minutes of racing from Jaguars and Classic Touring Cars. And away they go, down towards the first corner. Good starts by James Ram, a very poor start by Tom Robinson. He's been swallowed by the pack. The touring cars will then follow in a few seconds' time. The flag drops and the 383 touring cars are underway in the second pack. One of the Jags hasn't got away. Let's hope he's not going to be collected by any of the touring cars. The yellow flag's being shown to warn the drivers. Al Wayman was very close there. Stuart Kay as well. Stuart Kay's on the grass, so is Colin Claxton. Oh dear. A stalled Jaguar causing chaos there. Kay's been hit there. That's contact with Claxton, I think. And I think Stuart Kay is out of the race already. He's got a flat tyre. And the curse of the onboard camera has hit already, unfortunately. Stuart Kay didn't even get as far as Abbey. Well, the rest of the pack heading round on their opening lap. There's Jonathan Corker with the little Datsun running wide. Charge their way through Beckett's corner for the first time on towards the Hanger straight. The Jaguars already away out in front. Oh, we've got a fire on the Jaguar that had stalled. Who's that? That's Matthew Davis, number 50 is the car that had stalled. The Jaguar XKR, that car on fire. And I suspect, yes, the red flag has come out. The race has been stopped. So Matthew Davis is XJR on fire. The race has been stopped in the interests of safety. That's the car that didn't get away off the grid. And it is clear to see why that car is well alight. In come the marshals to fight the fire. Well, goodness me, high drama here on the Silverstone starting grid. Well, the marshals earning their keep and certainly showing off their repertoire here. See again what happened here. He was trying to pull the car off the grid. It refused to fire up off the starting grid, and then as he pulled it over, Matthew Davis, to the side of the road, up it went. Presumably fuel or oil getting onto the hot exhaust there underneath the car, and Matthew, thankfully, straight out and unharmed. Not the start that we had hoped for in our pre-83 touring car and Jaguar Saloon and GT combined race.
After all that wait, the drivers would have to wait a little bit longer. Not too long though until the race was restarted. Let's rejoin the action with take 2.
Red lights are on and off they go. The race gets underway for the second time. Now, has Tom Robinson made a better start from pole position this time? No, he hasn't, because James Ram has got ahead of him once again. Tom Lenthal trying to get through on the inside. Now the Union flag drops and the touring cars get underway. Their cavalry charge from the back. The Jaguars heading around towards the complex, and away go the touring cars. Who's going to get their lead into the first corner? It's Mike Luck with a super start in the BMW. The Golf of Simon Jeffs didn't make the best of getaways there, so 2 races in 1 we have to focus on here. Ram leads the Jaguars ahead of Robinson, Lenthal, Holtz. Then it's the first of the Coppocks, that's Charles Coppock. A couple of cars running wide there as they head onto the hanger straight. Derek Pierce puts a wheel onto the grass in the XK8. But it's the reigning champion in the Jaguar Saloon and GT Series, James Ram, under pressure from Tom Robinson. He's going to go for the inside. That's an audacious move into Stowe corner. Just bobs back in behind the number 1 car there, and it's the XJS who holds the lead. Robinson sideways as they exit Stowe up towards Vale. Side by side, Charles Coppock and Michael Holt a little further back. It's leading the way. We have James Ram ahead of Tom Robinson as they complete the first lap. Is that a bit of smoke I see there from Michael Holt's car in the background, number 11. Here come your leaders, the first 3 pulling away slightly. Meantime, further back in the Toyo Tires, yes, there is smoke from Michael Holt's car. Look at that, he's in trouble. He's going to have to pull over, surely. The 11 car with all sorts of problems as James Ram continues to lead the way. Side by side and trying to go around the outside there, Tom Robinson. I don't think he's going to make it around the outside at Stowe. All hopes of Swallows Racing pinned on that car now because, of course, Matthew Davis's car caught fire. He's having a look there as they go up towards Vale. He's round the outside, he's later on the brakes. He's done it, round the outside into Vale. Superb piece of driving by Tom Robinson. That's a move you don't see very often. On the brakes round the outside into Vale. He got the better exit from Stowe corner, and now he's ahead of James Ram. That's a brilliant piece of driving by Tom Robinson in the number 4. Lenthal looking on in 3rd place. Then the rest well behind. Here they are, coming down the straight now. There's David Howard, 3rd in the touring car division. They're starting to overlap with some of the Jags now. Simon Lewis in the Series 1 XJ number 65 in the middle there. Tom Burgess in the Fiesta around the outside. Stephen Primmett coming through on the inside. It's unusual to see Primmett mired in a midfield battle. He's normally out in front, fighting for the lead of the Shell Oil's Pre-83 touring cars. There is the leader, Simon Jeffs, ahead of Mike Luck. They've got ahead of Daniel Stewart's XJS, and Mark Lucock up into 3rd in the touring car split in the bright blue Mark 1 Escorts. There is the man who's in 9th overall, but leading his championship splits for the Shell Oil's Pre-83 touring cars. The beautiful Mark 1 Golf of Simon Jeffs from Mike Luck. It's still Tom Robinson who's got the overall lead. It's Mark Cholerton. We spoke to him in the pits earlier on today, man from Norfolk. Simon Jeffs continues to lead the touring cars in the Golf. The Golf's especially suited to Silverstone. They went well here last year. Well, the big cats, as expected, dominated at the front, but the touring cars were quickly closing up on him. The clock has counted down to 0, so we should see checkered flag this time. And there is the checkered flag, and there is Tom Robinson. Takes the win in car number 4, second for James Ram in car number 1, and they're way ahead of the rest, separated by just under 1 second at the flag. They had a good battle in the closing stages. The Copox 6th and 7th, and Simon Jeffs wins the Shell Oils Pre-83 touring cars. There he is. So well done, Tom Robinson. Good battle there, and a great move around the outside into the Vale to take the lead from James Ram. Simon Jeffs having a good scrap with Mike Luck for the win in the Shell Oils Pre-83 touring cars. In terms of class winners, the Jaguars, Class D went to Tom Robinson, the overall winner. Class C to Tom Lenthal. Class B to Michael Seaborn. Touring cars, Pre-83, Class C and overall went to Simon Jeffs. Class A to David Howard in the Jag. Class D to Tom Burgess in the Fiesta. And Mark Cholerton next home, completing the top 15.
You could see it was going to be tight at the start because there were a lot of people in the 120s and a lot of really interesting cars as well. So really looking forward to it. So I was really pleased with that. So finally the Golf is coming on song. It's taken a long time to develop. The guys at JMR have done a great job, and yeah, very pleased with that. It's really nice. Loads of people have come out and entered their cars, and they spend a lot of money and time getting them ready. And there's some really interesting cars now. There's a Datsun, there's a Toyota. We've got a Fiesta out with us. So yeah, the more the merrier. It's really good.
Well, congratulations on a great race.
Thanks a lot.
Well, down in Parc Fermé, what a race these cars that just gave us. So beautiful to hear that Jaguar roar around Silverstone. We've got plenty more racing when we come back. Welcome back to Silverstone and welcome back to the Classic Touring Cars Racing Club. We've seen so much great racing today already, but the Pre-66s are already back out on track and already giving us a feast of entertainment once again. Here's commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
And it reads as follows: 71 Pete Smith and 41 Ollie Attard in the Lotus Cortinas on the front row. Second row 77 Alan Greenall and James Everard in the Alfa Romeo. Row 3, Barry Syme with his Mini and Pete Halford in his Ford Mustang. Fourth row, Harvey Deef in the Mini and Roger Stanford in number 11, the Lotus Cortina. Across the line fourth in race 1, but he got a penalty for exceeding track limits, so was relegated to 8th position. Lotus Cortinas on the front row, away they go. And down towards the first corner. Good start by Peter Smith from pole position. A snaking start from Alan Greenall, still fired up in his Falcon, up into second place. Good start by Roger Stanford as well. He'll be fired up after losing a few spots with that penalty from race 1 as well. Away they go out towards the complex. It's a 15-minute race up the inside there. Ollie Attard, and look at James Everard in the Alfa Romeo side by side with Roger Stanford. Behind them Pete Halford. Michael Sheraton, unfortunately, is not there in his navy blue Ford Anglia. Problems at the end of race 1. He had a very slow last lap and pulled off on the slowdown lap, so he's not there. The Minis sliding about there on the outside as they head towards Hanger Straight for the first time. Steve Evans at the back in the Austin A40. There's Alan Greenall pulling ahead of Ollie Attard. There's Pete Halford as well. They start to sort themselves out, then they come round towards the end of the opening lap. Smoke from one of the Minis there, locking up a bit into Stowe Corner. Number 7, Kevin Bottomley, has had a poor start. He was quite well up on the grid in his Mini, but it is number 71, number matching his age, as we heard in his interview earlier on. Pete Smith, who leads the way from Alan Greenall, Ollie Attard and James Everard fourth in the Class C leading Alfa Romeo. Sideways out of club corner there. Pete Halford in the Ford Mustang chasing now Roger Stanford, who in turn is chasing James Everard. Halford just pulls ahead of both of them. The grunt of that Ford Mustang V8 pulling him ahead up into 4th position. Stanford got through there as well. More significance though for Everard is that he is leading Class C ahead of the Minis. 2 Minis in there, Harvey Death and the 25 of Barry Syme, the Scotsman. Plenty of tyre smoke as they slip and slide their way around, driving on the limit of adhesion. Everett to the inside, heading to pass Roger Stanford. Robin Slater getting the Anglia ahead of Piers Grange in his Mustang there. The Fords of differing sizes battling it out. There's the key to the class colours. Class A, the big V8s, the Mustangs and the Falcon. No drivers in Class B for this meeting. Class C, Minis, Anglias and Alfa Romeos. Class D is Morris Minors and Austin A40s. Class E, Hillman Imps. Class F, the Lotus Cortinas. There's James Ibbotson in his lovely navy blue imp going through the shot. Here the leaders at Vale. Pete Smith up front in the number 71 Lotus Cortina, the ex-rally driver. Explains why he's so sideways all the time, but not as sideways as Alan Greenall, reigning Class A champion in that big Ford Falcon. Look at the way Pete Holford is going in the Ford Mustang. He's closing on the top three. Looking at the lap times, yes, he's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:23.475, nearly a second quicker than Pete Smith on that last lap. Everard holding off the Minis. Harvey Deeth in the number 182, 25 of Barry Syme behind him. Again, a lock up there from Greenall. He's run wide. Ollie Attard having a look on the inside. He's way off to the outside there. He's going to lose second place and possibly a bit more. Now, Greenall doesn't want to lose out to Pete Halford because that's for the lead of Class A, and he'll lose class points towards the overall championship if he loses out to the Mustang. 5th is Roger Stanford, 6th is Everard, then the Minis. 7th and 8th for Deeth and Syme. Here comes Greenall using the grunt of the big Ford Falcon at the outside, side by side with Ollie Attard in his Lotus Cortina. There's the battle for the lead of Class C, the Alpha, the two Minis, and they've got a Lotus Cortina behind them. That is David Hall, number 57. Barry Syme, that beautiful blue Mini. Ex-Formula Ford racer several years ago, Barry Syme. Pete Smith continues to set the pace. Just under 11 minutes of the race to go. The first four have certainly broken away here. 1.5 seconds was the lead gap at the line last time through, as Ollie Attard now coming under pressure from Alan Greenall, weaving about there in the big Falcon. Here he comes using his V8 grunt down the straights, but Ollie Attard holds him off. Tina stronger on the brakes. 4th place is still Pete Halford. Mustang just keeping a watching brief there. He wants the lead of Class A. He just doesn't need to catch the Cortinas. He just needs to get past Alan Greenall, keeping him busy here. Still Stanford in 5th position, sliding the Cortina around there. Just over 7.5 minutes to go, so we're coming up to half distance, and there's been a change for the lead in Class C. We see there Harvey Deeth has taken the lead of Class C. Now here comes Barry Syme trying for 2nd place. So the Alfa Romeo of James Everett has lost the class lead. He took the win in Class C in race 1, taking on the Minis. It was the Mini of Nathan Williams, who was the Class C champion last year. He's currently only 5th in class, down in 14th overall. There's David Hall. Next in the order, the first of the Anglia.
Wander
Robin
across
Slater.
there and see if we can get a second word with the guys. Order for the first two, of course, the same as it was earlier on. Well, I've got Jamie with me. Jamie, 2 out of 2. Another victory under your belt. Happy with that one?
Yeah, that's pretty good, that one.
Ian, 2 out of 2.
And I went round the outside round here with the complex and nearly got that move finished, but he was faster than me. No, it was good. It was good fair racing, and he's not been pushed that hard for a while, which I think is important. So it's been good. It's been a fantastic day. To Isla and Faye, because they came out and watched me. My daughters are here somewhere, and they're here. I don't know where.
Wherever you are, Isla and Faye, dead second. Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, thank you.
Indeed, well done on second place. And third place, man. Now, don't think I've got the car for the third place man here. Chaz, third, can you just confirm it?
Yeah, it was the number 17 Janetta of George Perkins.
George Perkins, which is not here at the moment. I don't know where that's gone then. Okay, well, the Caterhams are ready, so if you want to run through the grid, and if I find George,
Yes.
I'll have a chat with him.
Will indeed, thank you very much. So, we will have 2 grids launching away here with a 10-second delay between them, which will be the Sigmax cars, the 145 brake horsepower Caterhams.
You never guess. It was right under my nose, wasn't it?
Oh.
There he is. So let's have a quick word with him. First of all, Dad's not here. He so, you know, maybe there's a car you can nick a few bits. Oh, well, you've got to go home and then come back. You're not staying. Oh, no, you're finished today, aren't you? Yeah. Oh, well, maybe you have to find a... The car's not important then, is it, tonight, really? It's get home as quick as you can and watch that football, I guess.
Yes, definitely. But whenever he gets in, put it straight on the trailer and get home.
And start work tomorrow morning.
Well, I've just finished up a uni degree, so not for me.
So, what are you studying at uni?
Law, just finishing up my 3rd year at law.
Specialising in motorsport or not?
No, I've just got a job as a teacher, so nothing to do with my degree.
That's the way it often is.
Yeah, that's the one, so looking forward to that.
Anyway, congratulations on the class win and, of course, 3rd place.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very happy.
Well done indeed, and hope Dad's car's not too broken. Okay, Chaz, back to you then for the race. The cars have now gone out of the assembly area, should be in your sight.
Thank you very much, mate. Yes, we do have the cars making their way around then. So the Sigmax machines are going to be headed up by number 28 Harry Senior, with Simon Griffiths and the number 16 alongside him. Row 2 is going to be 25 Stephen Clark and number 1 Kevin Barrett. Row 3, number 9 Neil Sturgis and number 24 Ben Winrow. Then it's Adam Bettinson in the number 71 alongside 72 Glenn Burtonshaw. Gareth Cordy in number 33 is 9th, ahead of Luke Juru in number 36 in 10th. Then we have Charlie Cahill in the number 91 ahead of Peter Marsh in the number 8. There will then be a 10-second delay before the Sigma 135s are launched from the grid, which is headed up by James McCall in number 50. Then it's going to be Craig Atkins in 81 and Robin Webb in 77. Next up we have Mark Noaro in number 68 with Jonathan Moore in number 47 and Richard Clegg in 76. 23rd on the grid is going to be Neil Evans in the 34 car ahead of Alaric Barney in number 60, followed by Lydia Gould in 65 and Aki Hussein in 92. Then it's Andrew Cooper in car 90 ahead of Alistair Curry in 29. Adam Harrison's number 11 car lines up alongside Simon White's number 57 car. And then the back row of the grid is going to be Merton Wood in the 13, unlucky for some, and Michael Segal in the number 89 machine. So another 2 grids racing together this afternoon. Like I say, a 10-second delay here just because these cars do have a bit more of a performance difference than we saw earlier on between the Sigmax and the 150 cars. Looks like we might have just had a little bit of an issue there for the number 60 machine. He didn't seem to get going again once he stopped at the chicane. There's a bit of a traffic jam back here, but we can just see now on the main straight they are separating the cars out. And I'm not 100% sure on this, but to me it looks like one of the Sigmax cars has been placed on the grid with the 135s. No, it's not. Apologies. It just looked for a second like it was then. I thought they'd left one too many on the well, one off the back of the Sigmaxes and then lined them up straight away, but no, we are all good. The marshals doing their job properly, and I should not doubt them for a second. Thanks again to all of our marshals and officials round the circuit today for doing another wonderful job. Without them we could not go racing, so the wonderful Orange Army as they're known, really making everything possible at the moment, and we thank them so often because they deserve it, quite frankly. They are a bunch of incredible people. Don't forget that marshalling is voluntary as well. Do check it out if you want to try it for yourself, get up close with the motorsport and obviously help things run smoothly and safely. But now the green flag is going to get waved at the back of the grid. The lights are on for the Sigmaxes and they're away, and Senior leads them away well, but has he got the secondary run over Griffiths? Looks like it. They're side by side round turn 1, and the Sigma 135s now leave the grid as well. There's a big bunch up between the lead 2, sorry, behind the lead 2 I should say. They're almost 3, even 4 wide as they go through the first couple of corners. Looks like everybody behaving themselves so far. You never know what you're going to get with Caterham Racing. That's the best thing about it. You never know when you're going to get them all just single file or whether they're going to come towards you 4 wide, which I imagine we might see into this final chicane. But around the back part of the circuit you can see the cars dancing around on the live stream. And they head towards Church Corner for the first time. I think Griffiths is the car that's taken the lead, although it looks to me like he's just been passed as if he was standing still by Senior, who's come back at him. They now have quite the gap over the 135s, battling together side by side for the lead as they come into the chicane. Hard onto the brakes is Griffiths in the white car down the inside. Senior tries to tuck it in and join in with the queue. Winrow's in there as well in the 24 machine. Everybody keeping it nice and tidy. The number 72 well stuck in there. That's Burtonshaw side by side. Not 100% sure who it was he was side by side with, I'm afraid. I think it was Cordy in one of the other orange cars. We've got a bit of contact in the 135s. We've got a mudguard going flying, or a wheel arch at least, and that is the number 76 machine that has shed bodywork. He's shaking his head. He's really not happy. He's almost lost both of the rear mudguards. That's the number 76 machine, I say again. 135 driven by Richard Clegg. And hopefully he can carry on without any further issue. I think he just got collected as he got to the apex into the final chicane. Just watching the leaders now as they just come back into sight round Church Corner again. It looks like we've got the top two single file, but then third and fourth were side by side on the way into Church. They've sorted themselves out now, but the slipstream up towards the final chicane is absolutely massive. You could end up fifth out of Church and first by the time you get up here, but it's Winrow in the 24 that's got it together, or has he got it together? He's very sideways. There's a bit of patience being tested there on the 25 car of Clark. He was fourth at the start of this lap and he's still fourth now. And side by side down the inside, I think that was Senior chucking it up the inside into the first corner. And now the 135's come into view, and it is going to be McCall still leading the way in the bright green number 50. Keep my eye out for where the 76 has got to. He's actually caught up to the back of the number 11, which is Harrison. It looks like he's going to get the run on him as well out of the last corner. We've got the 89 dropping off a little bit there. That's Segal. And then Wood in the number 13. I said unlucky for some earlier. Just taking his time through the final chicane, keeping it neat and tidy. 16 minutes of this race still to go, and I believe that we're going to see a lot of traffic in the latter stages here. These Sigmax cars are definitely going to catch some of the 135s. Now 3 wide almost for the lead, maybe even 4 wide as they come back up to the final chicane. I mentioned earlier that they can go 4 wide, these things. Just dancing around on the brakes. Winrow turns it one way, then the other. There's nearly contact between Griffiths and the 28. The 71 goes off the circuit as well. That was Bettinson. And now suddenly the train of 5 cars at the front has become either 8 or 9. I believe it's 8 of them. Sigma 135 lead battle still going on. McCall and Atkins breaking away from everybody else. There's a bit of a check up here as the space suddenly runs out. The 68 car squeezing the 34 to the outside of the circuit as well. That was Noaro and Evans getting very, very friendly indeed. They got held up by Barney just in front of them, who lost a place to Webb on that lap. Very close battling all the same. That's the thing though, in a chicane like that, as soon as any of them lose any little bit of ground, they can suddenly be caught up by another driver trying to overtake them. You can 1 minute be attacking here and then suddenly have to defend straight away. Now here comes the lead pack once again. It looked to me like Clark really lost a lot of pace there suddenly in towards the final chicane. Sideways again is Bettinson. Senior's dropped a few places on that lap, and it's actually the number 9 of Sturgis that's gone up from 6th position up to 4th. And Winrow has gone to the very front of the pack again in the bright yellow 24 car. Here comes McCall and Atkins again. There's a battle for 5 of them all together behind. That becomes 6 very quickly as it all concertinas together in the chicane. There's more contact between the number 60 and 47. Shake of the head from the number 60. That's Barney. Now he was the one holding them up on the previous lap, but now he's thoroughly involved in it. The cars ahead of him were Evans and Moore. Noaro has gained 3 places on that previous lap as well. Making steady progress through that pack, leading the 135s at the moment though. Still McCall from Atkins and then Webb. That top 3 stayed the same on that lap. We wait once again for the leaders to come back through. They're all together through Church Corner. Just to put it into context, the top 8 were all separated by 2.1 seconds on that last lap, and now that train has got longer than 8. I think there's 10 of them together here. In more ways than one. Griffiths just holding on to it. Winrow nearly gets involved in contact with Senior. He does get contact with Senior. He goes across the inside of the chicane, and then it's the number 9 that has to come through. That's Sturgis again, looking to gain another place, but he's only just got back up into 4th position. And Griffiths loses the lead. If I can speak English, it'd be great. Clark goes through into the lead of the race at turn 1. So while Griffiths will show as the leader on all of the timing screens for now, that is very much not the case. Now in the 135s, we still have this 7-car battle into the final corner. Everybody just shuffling around, making sure they leave each other room. Great awareness there, I must say, from the bright orange number 68 car of Noaro. It looked like the car in front of him really squeezed him to the apex, didn't quite realise that he was still alongside, and Noaro got out of it and made sure that he didn't make the contact, so they can both continue. Nearly at the halfway point of this race. You see what I mean when I told you earlier that there are so many position changes in Caterham racing. You never know who is going to be where. I praise Noaro for his awareness there, but he's actually lost 3 places on that previous lap, unfortunately. Now, the 3 wide for the lead overall once again in the Sigmax class. They're very sideways behind. That's Bettinson, and he's around. Oh, there's even a bit of a tap, I think, with the number 9 car who's just shed a wheel arch. That's Sturgis. He was 4th starting this lap. The 2 of them seemingly making contact, either that or spinning in sympathy of one another, but they both came in very, very hot into the final chicane. They both lose out as a result. Now McCall and Atkins nearly swapping places there. McCall manages to just hold on ahead of him. Atkins following very closely in second. Then it's the 77 of Webb, who's very much on his own here, probably not even aware of the crazy train that's following along just a few seconds back. And it seems that we've lost Griffiths and Winrow. Actually, I've just seen it back on the feed. We've lost them at turn 1. There was big contact between them and they've ended up in the wall. Obviously they've not had a chance to come back around yet, so I've not seen that they were missing, but it looks like both gone into the wall very hard. Apologies for that. Obviously I'm not commentating from the live pictures directly, I'm commentating on the PA on the circuit here, but I do have the feed to my right hand side just to see if there's anything else that I'm missing. That's exactly why I've got it. So that lead group now, very different to how it was a lap or so ago. I'll see if anybody's got any guilty damage on the front of their car, but it's Clark that leads now from Senior, the number 1 machine right up there too. That's Barrett. And we actually still have Winrow here with us. He's come back through, but down in 10th place, is he? 9th now. Oh no, 8th. Never mind. I've got it. I'll get it third time round. It's Bettinson that's gained a spot. Griffiths is limping back. Actually, I can see him making his way to the final chicane. He's just trying to stay out of everybody's way here and make sure he's not on the apex for the chicane. But his car is very badly damaged and it's crabbing like mad. He's done a great job to get it back, to be fair to him. I think the right rear is very, very broken on that car. He'll be absolutely gutted. He's been right in the thick of it all day. It's Griffiths. Unfortunately, a little bit too in the thick of it now. That car goes straight behind the wall into the paddock. That'll be the end of his day's race.
We've got another car gone off there. We've got double waved yellows now. Oh no, it's all right. It's a marshal picking up a mudguard, traditional Caterham debris.
Yes, indeed. They come off quite easily, which is pretty good actually. I've seen people reattach them after incidents, which just shows how sturdy they can be. Now we've got Clark and Senior right together. Don't forget, Senior started on pole position in this race with Griffiths alongside him. So now that Griffiths is out of the way, into the final chicane. Bettinson has had another moment here. He's really taken it hot into this last chicane. He's outdone himself once again. Winrow taking advantage of that. We've also got the numbers 8 and 91. Cahill and Marsh catching up to Wood in 28th place, putting a lap on him. But yeah, looking at the feed, there are plenty of mud guards down at this final corner. It looks like we might get another one right now. There's the number 76 again out of shape. He had contact earlier on, did Clegg, and now he's outdone it again. He didn't loop it completely, but he had a big old slide. There's a huge lock-up as well from somebody just a place or two behind him. I think it might have been Cooper. Real shame though for Griffiths. Interesting that Winrow could have a moment that big at turn 1 and still continue with the race, to be fair. Because it's a nasty place to have an off. It's turn 1 here at Thruxton. But out of the final corner then, with just under 7 minutes to go, comes our lead train, still fighting hard, but now it's the top 2 followed by the remaining 3 of that initial pack. Then it's actually spread out a little bit, quite surprisingly as well for Caterham Racing. It's actually spread out for once behind them. We've got the battle between Marsh and Cahill coming through the last corner. Cahill tries to get the run on the exit, but Marsh holds him up because he had a real mess of that bit. And then it's McCall and Atkins who are still both leading the 135s. A bit more lively action in this as well. The 47 going past the number 60 of Barney, who again slams on the anchors. Oh, we've got the 90 around just in front of me here as well. Cooper has had a moment at the chicane. Bit of a scary rejoin right across the nose of the 65 of Gould. Video won't be happy with that one. Anybody would, to be fair, because just instantly came back on the circuit in front of them. But luckily they all live to fight another day. Now our leaders once again side by side into the final corner. Behind them, the other 3 having a really good scrap here. That's Churro, Barrett and Burtonshaw. And Burtonshaw was in front and he's now just lost both places out of the final corner. Really didn't get a good run out of there, and it's hurt him a lot in terms of position. But again, this is Caterham Racing. You could very quickly gain those places back again. Now this Cahill Marsh battle at the back of the Sigmaxes is actually holding up the Sigma 135 battle. That's how quick McCall and Atkins have been in this race so far. McCall going through down the inside of Cahill, and then the rest of the 135s coming through the chicane now. Looks like a huge lock-up for one of them here. I think that was Hussein, the 92 it was. Just a little bit further behind them, another battle there between the 57 and the 11. That's Harrison and White. They've swapped round on this lap, and then very quickly once again attention turns to our race lead battle. Senior now ahead of Clark. A little bit sideways on the brakes there from Senior. The number 1 of Barrett is starting to open up the gap slightly from Turu and Burtonshaw. Did a really good lap actually last time round. Barrett doing a 1:27.9, the others in the 1:28.7s. Fastest lap of the race is still done by Winrow, which was done on lap 4. McCall, Atkins and Moore all doing their personal bests last time round, and they're just coming into the final corner now with Cahill and Marsh. Now they've cleared both of them on that lap, McCall and Atkins, so they're now ahead of some of the Sigmaxes. They've made up that 10-second gap and then overtaken them. There's more battling going on again. It's Barney holding people up on the exit of the corner, but he's getting the car stopped and making sure that he's not overdoing it on the track limits. So fair play to him. Then it's Noiro in there just behind Clegg. A few cars locking up on their way into this last chicane, but as the tyres lose a lot of life at this point in the race, you are going to get it. They're demanding more of the car as they get further and further through the race. 2.5 minutes left to go. And it's side by side into the final chicane again for third place. Barrett trying to hold on. He runs wide on the exit of the corner, and he's going to cost Churu time. Doesn't lose out to Burtonshaw yet anyway. Winrow trying to get past Bettinson. They're side by side across the line as well as they go flying round turn 1. And then the attention comes back to the Sigma 135 lead battle between McCall and Atkins. McCall in the bright green, number 50. Atkins in the number 81. Almost chrome machine. And then we've got the rest of the 135s all in a slightly dotted train through the last chicane. A little bit of a moment there for the 89 car of Seagal. Not a very attritional race so far though, which is often the case with Caterham racing, to be fair. You only really get it when there's been an incident, and obviously we had the incident earlier on between Winrow and Griffiths, which despite being quite a big off, Winrow was able to carry on. Griffiths the only car not to still be running after he damaged the suspension, I believe, on the right rear. Now there's our race leaders through the final corner. Clark and Senior, they're going to start their final lap of the race, and then behind them it's developed into a 4-car train now between Churu, Barrett, the number 9 of Sturgis, and I believe that's Cordy in there as well with them. Apologies, it's Burtonshaw. Cordy's a little bit further back in the orange car, not the green car, as I mistakenly assumed. But for the first time pretty much all race, we've actually got quite a gap here before we have the next couple of cars, which are the 2 leaders in the 135s and the 2 last placed Sigmax cars. They're not tripping over each other though, they're behaving themselves at the moment. I think the Sigmax guys know that they've got the power advantage, but in terms of the other 2 racing, they know it's for the lead in their class, so pretty important for them. And the rest of the 135s make their way round. But any moment now, our overall race leaders will be making their final ascent to the last corners. And here they are, arriving on the scene side by side, and it looks like Clark has massively overdone it. But is Senior going to get held up at the final corner? It doesn't look like it. Clark's got a brilliant run though. He's going to try and go side by side across the line. It's not going to work. Senior takes the win from Clark in second place. Brilliant stuff. Tsuru is going to finish in third place, just ahead. I think that was Barrett, wasn't it, in fourth? No, Sturgis got it from Burtonshaw and then Barrett in sixth. Cordy crosses the line seventh, and then it's going to be Winrow and Bettinson 8th and 9th. Now the next 2 cars are going to be coming out of Church Corner now, which are going to be the leaders in Sigma 135, getting very close together, unnecessarily close together you could say. Don't make contact, boys, it's the final corner. Hard onto the brakes they go. It's McCall still leading Atkins. Can Atkins get a good run out of the final corner? It's not going to be enough. McCall is going to take the win in the Sigma 135s. A brilliant drive. Atkins pressuring him all the way through. Cahill and Marsh just behind. And then Moore is going to take third place in the Sigma 135s after a very valiant defence from the rest of them. I think Noaro just had Barney on the line as well there. He did. Just overtook him at the very end, as we have the rest of the Sigma 135s making their way through. Now, before the most exciting action of the day, I'm going to have to unfortunately cut my commentary short for a moment. I just need to take a very quick toilet break before the very exciting finale to our racing here today, which will be the British Truck Racing Championship in just a few minutes' time. But John will have some driver interviews for you in just a few minutes when they make their way back in.
Well, thanks, Chaz, and he's dead right. The truck's lining up behind us, and the Caterham's now coming back into the Parc Ferme area. So I'm going to do my best to talk to the first three from each class if we get a chance. But looks like we're going to get the truck race away a little earlier than the scheduled programme time, which is good for everybody. So let's wander down the queue. I found Luke, so we can have a quick word with Luke. Luke, just trying to find everybody and not come back in order, so a bit more difficult, but where were you? Second, was it, in class? Let's just have a check. Yeah, third in class, yeah, third in class, so happy with that?
I'm very happy with that. This is my second weekend back after having a year off last year. So yeah, to be back on the podium after 2 weekends is just really good. Really good.
And a bit more improvement still to come, maybe?
Hopefully, yes.
And we'll find that out tomorrow now, because you're able to take a little break until tomorrow, or you finished for the day?
I'm finished for the day, but I'll be back with the grads at Donington in a few weeks.
Yeah, because with the mixed classes, one class goes home tonight, and that's you, isn't it? Yeah.
That is me, yeah. A beer and football tonight.
Well, good luck and congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the season.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. That's Luke Seguro. And can we find the number 28 car? Well, can't find John Moore down here. So many Caterhams. Just a case of trying to find the right cars. Well, I'm sure Chaz will be running back up the doors. Some of the Caterham cars don't appear to be here in the Parc Ferme at the moment, so still walking around and wandering around, but hopefully we'll find a driver or two. But you can hear the trucks in the background. Craig Atkins' car's here, but Craig's not in it, and Craig seems to have disappeared. Well, found Craig. Craig. 81, where are you? Right there. Second. Just trying to check where you were, Craig. So many cars in here, so many people to talk to. Second place for you, so happy with that one, I guess?
Yeah, absolutely. It's my best result ever, actually, so put it on second, qualified second and finished second, so yeah, I'm over the moon.
Game, set and match, but you've got to come back and do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, so starting from third tomorrow, so a little bit more to do, but I'm really looking forward to it. Try and get some more silver.
It was Craig Reed, Division 2 winner in race 1. How does that feel?
Good, very good, very good. Yeah, to be honest, it was a bit sketchy, the conditions were, but it was, Adam had a mechanical failure which handed it really to me, and then he was just managing the race really, but I was just trying to stay with Division 1 and keep that gap really as much as I could, so I could keep it, because it's hard when you haven't got a marker, it's hard to keep the pace.
I mean, the track was damp, not particularly wet. How did that change your approach to the circuit itself?
Yeah, basically just cautious. Probably braking a bit too early, especially into the chicane. It was sometimes it changed from lap to lap, so we had a bit of rain come back, then it went again. I think there was something down as well, but no, it was great. It was booming.
Now, back at the grid for race number 2.
Yes, that's it. Now we've got the hard work. Yeah, hard work now. I enjoy it, to be fair, I enjoy the chase, so no, God, it will be, I'm looking forward to it.
Now, Ryan Smith said Division 1 is really competitive this year. Feel the same about Division 2?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it'd be nice if some more people were out, but it is what it is in the current situation. But no, I'm chuffed to be where I am. It's took me a few years to get here, so yeah, great.
Craig, well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. Cheers.
Simon Cole, not the best start to the season at Brands Hatch, but you're holding silverware now.
Yeah, we had a nightmare at Brands. We put a brand new engine in it, and it just let itself go. We tried to rebuild overnight, and it was down to a 40 piston we've been supplied. Went and got another engine off of Terry Gibbon, got it in there. We still had teething problems this weekend. It was running rough in free practice, rough in qualifying, poor qualifying on our standards, but yeah, I'm over the moon with third.
And what do you do now ahead of the rest of the weekend? Do you feel like your season's started now?
Yeah, it needs to now. A lot of catching up to do with the other boys, and do a bit of work on the truck and just try and nurse her through. She needs to finish first, really. The podiums are a welcome extra.
And do you reckon go to the next step, second? Can you get a win this week?
Hopefully, I won here before, many moons ago, but I've won here before, so it's in us. We was reeling Steve Powell in there. One more lap, I think we would have had second, but yeah, let's see how we go. Get the truck set up for the last race.
Best of luck for the race 2 and the
Division
rest of the
2
weekend.
grid as well, by the way. It's Adam Bint on pole position in that one, with Craig Evans in the number 10 alongside him. Then we have Bradley Smith in the number 46, with Jock Borthwick in the 32, Simon Cole behind them in 41, ahead of Stephen Powell, which is number 3, and then we have Craig Reed, number 68, rounding out this phenomenal grid, as we already have Ryan Smith cutting the final chicane, maybe not so necessarily on just the lap round to the grid.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be an interesting sight for the spectators here, and of course the spectators at home watching on BARC Live on YouTube and Facebook as well. Welcome to you guys at home. In fact, one of the teams that will be watching is the Unity Recovery and Midland Truck Breakers truck of Brad Smith that couldn't make it with us this weekend. A massive happy 18th birthday to, of course, Keris, who is the daughter of one of the main sponsors there. So a hello to you and a sorry you can't be here. But as we actually look here, we've got a copy of the live feed and a wonderful image as we look down onto the circuit and see all these wonderfully cleaned trucks. Of course, they've had a quick spruce up over the lunch break, and they are ready to close the day with some heavy machinery action.
Pointy, I've got to say, from up here, I'm looking down from the old roster, I'm looking down onto the grid. They're all looking spick and span again, like you said. But I just spotted Binty's on pole position, isn't he? So although it didn't go his way in the first race, it could have paid off for him in this second one.
Indeed, yeah. So finishing that lap behind is obviously giving him a footing for what could hopefully be a successful second race of the weekend. Again, a few technical difficulties that they managed, and again, shout out to the team, not the driver. They managed to sort that out over the time this afternoon, and fingers crossed he can make it stick. We've obviously seen that he can get the results with his performance at Brands Hatch earlier on in the season a few weeks ago. So the truck is there, and again, of course, Simon Cole now having no luck whatsoever, unfortunately, at Brands Hatch with his truck letting him down. Can he make a repeat performance of what we saw from him this morning?
Yeah, well, that's it. You know, you've got a lot of these drivers that sort of they have something to make up for with earlier performances and different races and all sorts. So some of them out there to get a little bit of vengeance as this goes on. But yes, we have a very well shaped final race of the day. Don't forget, we do have 2 races from them tomorrow. Now, talk to me, Pointy. The grids for that tomorrow, they are based on the results.
Well, of course. So the reverse grid continues from today. So they will be a reverse of the results from this evening's race. So qualifying sets the day up with the fastest lap obviously starting in pole position, and then from there on out, it's a reverse of the results from the previous race. Now, obviously, depending on things like track limits or disqualifications or limitations to timings, we might see a change of those results, which of course we'll see on the TSL website, updated by BARC as and when. So what we see finish this evening might not necessarily be reflected with the starting grid tomorrow morning. But of course, with 3 races to get through tomorrow, and what looks like to be quite a decent day now, the weather's completely changed its mind on the forecast, we could be in for a fantastic bit of weekend racing here.
Oh, definitely. And like you say, 3 races tomorrow, not just the 2. So plenty still coming our way. 5 races in a weekend is phenomenal, to be fair. I mean, I did obviously I know I keep going on about the European truck race.
Well, guys,
but
we're just looking down on the grid. There's quite a bit of activity going on around the number 11 truck, that of Gibbo. I'm not sure what they're all looking at, but there's a lot of people out there, and it looks like we're going to move a truck off the grid, which the barriers are being moved here at the minute. Now, whether that's the case or not, I'm not sure. Let's have a little look and see what happens. But everybody seems fairly comfortable down there on the grid at the moment.
Except him.
In fact, they're all walking away from Gibbo's truck now, so I guess
maybe minds have been changed.
Unless they're moving everybody away.
Something's going on. We're going to get a truck off the grid, and I'm not sure which one it is yet.
I'm wondering whether they
But it
move
would appear
everybody
to me, looking at this, that the 2 guys on the front row are going to be the ones that cause the traffic jam behind, because the 5 behind were all in the hunt earlier on, and it's Gibbo that's coming off the track.
Yeah.
Gibbo in trouble. That's a great shame for the pole sitter from the earlier race.
Yeah, I was wondering whether they would move everybody else, leave him stationary and just sort of wave them around him and then move him, but yeah, they're doing it first. They've moved O'Rourke forwards.
You're not going to believe this. I'm not sure if this is a penalty or what, but he's done a complete lap of the circuit with no cap on his diesel tank and spilt diesel all the way around.
Oh, no.
I'll try and find out whether this is a penalty or whether it's a problem. I guess if they've got no diesel cap, if they've lost it, then it's not the sort of thing you'd probably have a spare one of those readily handy.
Well, I'm sure the pit crew for the GT number 11 will be running frantically now back to the paddock trailer to see if they have got a replacement. We can see down from the crow's nest that there's lots of action, lots of people. They do appear to be rolling him out of the way. I suppose a track inspection will now soon be underway to make sure that there isn't any unwanted fluids on the track.
The report is it's through Church mainly down that end, so you'll see that from your.
Of course, yeah.
It had to be, didn't it?
Yeah, quite a severe camber and a bend around there. So.
Now I'm assuming he's off the grid. That's so we can get the race started. I'm assuming someone's running back to try and find one or whatever, and he may well be able to join, but he's certainly not on the grid now, and that has moved Smithy up. So Ryan Smith has now moved up onto the 3rd row.
Yes, they've just shimmied the number 69 truck to the right-hand side, of course, with David Jenkins at the wheel, and Ryan Smith has then taken the place on the left-hand side of the grid now. So little bit of shuffling, and to be fair, to do that with trucks is quite impressive in such quick
They've done
fashion.
well. We see the 30-second board now coming out from the grid line, and just a quick reminder before they do get underway, of course, not to forget lovely show trucks.
Pace truck is rolling as well, Pointy.
Lovely. The pace truck rolls out. That's Stuart Oliver's new, very tidy primer grey truck. A lot of grey vehicles around nowadays. It seems like that. Of course, Jack Borthwick getting a bit of stick from his grey primer look in the previous race, which is why I spoke to him earlier on in the paddock, and he says he has gone for a new paint job. So it's the same truck, new paint job. But again, still on the subject of paint jobs, just quickly, don't forget to head over to the show trucks and use the QR code to take part in the Convoy on the Plane public vote. These will be awarded tomorrow, so if you are on your way home this evening, do pop and have a look and do that vote online with the QR code. So trucks on their outlap now, just getting a bit of heat into the tyres, reminding themselves where all the bends and cambers and curbs are. Of course, disappearing into the distance here, even though we've got a pretty clear view, it still gets quite far away, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does indeed, yeah. Especially when there's diesel down at church as well. They're going to find out where that is quite soon enough, I imagine, but hopefully it's not too bad down there. I mean, these things cover a lot of real estate. There's a big contact patch, so I imagine it might not affect them as much as it would a normal racing car, for example.
Sorry to interrupt you guys, but they've cut the motor on Gibbo's truck. It would appear that the diesel spillage, they're wiping diesel off the motor all over the place, so it's obviously come out all over the back of the truck.
Well, there's a lot of vibration, of course, when these things are rolling around, so if it has had the opportunity to slosh around and come out, then it's obviously done that. And what an absolute shame it is for Martin Gibson. We're really pulling some fantastic moves in the last few races, this early start to the season. He showed some great consistency and fantastic skill. But what a shame for something so simple to take him out of this last race of the Saturday. I'm sure there'll be some stern words from people back in the pit crew once all this is said and done. But we see the trucks now making their way around Village and Church. Hopefully they won't be picking up any of that spillage on the way through. We don't see any drastic manoeuvres to avoid anything, so hopefully it's not as bad as it could be. The pace truck now just coming down out of Church into Brooklands as they make their way up to what of course will be a rolling start. A lot of people ask why we do the rolling start with these, and that's because there's so much torque in the gearboxes that if we were to do a standstill start, it puts so much strain on the gearbox and the diff that they really don't last very long. Hence why pulling away and accelerating from a moving pace is actually a lot faster and a lot smoother.
Pointy, the other thing I think as well is if one of these stalls in the middle of the grid, mate, you've got some carnage to clear
We
up.
have. Not long ago actually we witnessed that when someone accidentally tapped the brakes on the first lap as opposed to the accelerator. But here they come now. Mark Taylor down for Tom O'Rourke, down for Stuart Oliver, John Newell, 69 Dave Jenkins as the lights go out and they are racing, all powering on. We've got Tom O'Rourke making an early start, John Newell up the side of Mark Taylor. Can he make it stay? Stuart Oliver looking for a gap past John Newell on the inside as they make their way into Campbell. Division 2, Adam Bint making an early pull away with Jack Borthwick right on his tail. Craig Reed bringing up the rear. We've had contact. It looks like
O'Rourke is
it's one of the black trucks. Is that
O'Rourke
Jenkins?
and Mark Taylor? Perhaps I saw Mark Taylor definitely spinning out there. Unfortunately, looks like someone might have caught his tail end.
I think we're all clear though, aren't we?
I can't see any
between
flags
the
at the
buildings.
moment.
I can't see anybody left there.
Yeah, I think O'Rourke might have been the one that actually got away and survived all that, I think maybe it all happened behind him, although by the look of it, it's the truck in fourth place. I think it is O'Rourke, which has actually had the right rear mudguard lifted. So yes, it is definitely O'Rourke. We're just looking at it on the feed here. But to me as well, I've already fallen in love with Ryan Smith's driving style. There is the contact.
We see Tom O'Rourke going very badly into the back of Mark Taylor. Mark Taylor spinning out 360 degrees. Stuart Oliver and Dave Jenkins just onto the grass to avoid that. Dave Jenkins cutting the corner. Ryan Smith keeping his track, understanding his little telling off he had earlier on in qualifying. But luckily, thank goodness, all the trucks are back on the track. Yes, quite a shuffle of the running order, but at least we've had no flags and we are still racing as we see Stuart Oliver now powering through into the club chicane here as he comes back onto the complex. Ryan Smith all over the back of Dave Jenkins as they cut the corner. Tom O'Rourke in the 86, closely followed strangely by Adam Bint, who's now taken a place away from Mark Taylor.
Now, one of the trucks that really lost out in all that melee was actually John Newell. He really slammed on not to hit O'Rourke, did catch him as Taylor goes back down the inside of Bint into turn 1. Now, I just want to highlight, as I was going to say there, I fell in love with Ryan Smith's driving style this weekend because he chucks it over the curves, he tries every little trick in the book, he really hung back at the chicane to get a massive run on everybody by the time the lights went out, but
Taylor,
unfortunately he actually got held up.
Taylor gets back in front of Bint as they go into the complex, so starting to make his move again now, Mark Taylor, after that first lap excursion.
He did indeed.
Still incredible driving skill, really, to be able to be knocked out and completely spun round, and Mark Taylor managing to get back on. Ryan Smith, though, we can see just in the distance all over the back of Dave Jenkins, but Dave Jenkins showing his experience, keeping that door well and truly shut. But how long will it take for Ryan Smith to see that opportunity to come down the inside of Dave Jenkins? It'll be interesting to see who gets back to us here at the tower to finish off this next lap.
I thought you were going to call him Dave Judy Dench then.
Dave Jenkins is interesting to, play on there. As we see them coming out now, though, we've still got Stuart Oliver a couple of seconds ahead. Dave Jenkins holding back Ryan Smith nicely. A little bit further back, quite a bit further back actually. I'd pull that about 4 or 5 seconds behind. We've got Tom O'Rourke followed by Mark Taylor followed by John Newell to put the Division 1s back in order. Coming slightly wide, Ryan Smith up the inside, coming down the complex. Dave Jenkins just has to let him go past as he shuts the door in front of Dave Jenkins. Ryan Smith, a beautifully smooth manoeuvre. And now we've got
number 3 coming through. Stephen Powell saying, I don't like that tyre bale bin there, let's move it about 4 feet, but he's actually put it more over towards the apex of the corner now.
Which we'll probably see what happens with that on the next time round. John, back over to you. What's happening over there by Campbell?
I can't really see a lot. I think everybody's through there safely. I was just watching the Group 2s, they went through, and there was likely to be a change there because I got a feeling, was that Jock Borthwick leading them at the moment? You can tell I haven't got a screen in front of me.
Yes, it was indeed Jock Borthwick just ahead.
So he'll be happy if he can hang in there, but I think he was about to come under some pressure.
Well, maybe the new paint job has bought him some speed and aerodynamics. So he could definitely do with the win. I'd like to see him on the podium this weekend. Of course, I'd like to see all the drivers on the podium because it's a pleasure to hand out these trophies to these guys. Because, of course, whatever happens on the track, it is still all friends and family when we get back to the paddock after these race events. They are all top guys.
I've only just noticed your hat and shirt. I thought it was GT.
Oh, let's not talk about that on air.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, corporate would not thank you for bringing it up. Let's put it like that.
Oh, he's wearing a corporate branded shirt.
That's fine. Yeah, lovely. Stuart Oliver now, the gap closing ever smaller as Ryan Smith looks for a gap pass, but closely followed by Dave Jenkins, looking at the inside as they come around Allard. What's going to happen here? Right on his tail. Back now, we've got Tom O'Rourke, very, very closely followed by Mark Taylor, trying to find that space back. John Newell hoping that he can try and reclaim some of those spaces he lost earlier on. Interesting theme this weekend of the Division 2s managing to get right out in front and hold on to the back of Division 1 almost, as we see Adam Bint tailing the bottom 3 of Division 1.
Yeah, there really isn't that much of a performance gap visually for us right now, which is beautiful to see. It's almost like we had with the Caterhams before, the Sigmaxes and the 135s. They were mixing amongst one another, and they're the biggest division in terms of the two classes. So
it's nice to see a pack coming around the track, yeah.
Oh, just having a go there. It was Smith just trying it, but not quite able to do it yet. And of course, Stuart Oliver, he knows what he's doing by now. So does Ryan Smith. They're both very, very close together. Smith just hanging off him. It's almost tandem drift style. He's just hanging off his door that little bit, just poking his nose down the inside to put the pressure on. But all that time, you cannot forget that we have that 69 ex-Jochen Hahn truck of David Jenkins waiting in the wings to pounce.
One thing that you can of course deal with when you're in this battle for first place is you're under attack, you're driving defensively, your lap time starts to suffer, the stress starts to go on. We see Ryan Smith now looking for the outside line coming through Brooklands. Will he make it stick as we come up to the club chicane? No, Stuart on the back round, looking for the gap as they head into the chicane. So tight, any kind of mistake. We've hit the tyre wall. Dave Jenkins there, just nipping those tyres. They all make it through. Still, Stuart Oliver, Ryan
He's on the
Smith.
charge as they come across the line, but Oliver shuts the door on him.
Wow,
Big pull across the track. It was indeed very close indeed here.
I was just watching Ryan Smith's arms.
Whoa! Adam Bin, Division 2, taking John Newell coming out of Club Chicane. John Newell must have some kind of technical difficulties for Adam Bin to be coming past him. Steve Powell in Division 2. We've then got Craig Reed, followed by Jock Borthwick, who slipped back a couple of paces. And of course, Simon Cole, unfortunately, losing his pace in this race. We've got then, of course, Bradley Smith and Craig Evans at the back.
Yeah, Newell definitely had a problem there as he came out the final chicane. But what I was going to mention was that the big change at the front there could have potentially happened with Smith diving over to the right hand side to go to the pit wall. But in all honesty, it's just the massive run that he got on the back of the number 7 machine did not work out for him.
Need to keep your eye on Dave Jenks, I think, in third, because a couple of times in the complex, the previous lap and this lap, closed them right in again. He's just waiting for a little mistake and he'll be up there into the gap.
Staying with the back of the top two can give an opportunity for these two to come together or have a little falling out. Of course, giving Dave Jenkins in a poised position to just jump straight through. Coming down now to Brookfields, we've got we've got Ryan Smith all over the side of Stuart Oliver. Dave Jenkins still sticking with the pack. How are they going to come through Club? What moves are they going to make? It's so close. It really is difficult to tell. Will Ryan Smith try to make that inside move coming down of Allard? He looks for the inside. Stuart Oliver comes across. Will he make it stick? Yes, Ryan Smith takes the first place as they come into Campbell. Fantastic bit of driving there. It took him a couple of laps, but he made it stick eventually, Chaz.
He persevered with it. I've been watching him every time. I've been watching him particularly, not just the truck, but him in the cockpit of that truck when he comes around here. He's got these reflective strips on his arms and bright yellow gloves. It looks like a fireman wheeling a fire truck.
I'll let him know, I'm sure he'll be thrilled.
Oh yeah, but honestly, he's just absolutely wrangling that thing around here. It's great to see, and when you see the body language of not just the trucks, but the drivers as well, it's awesome.
They've let Gibbo back out onto the track this late in the race, so he's just going out of pit lane now.
Maybe they just fancy spicing it up by putting some more diesel down.
Perhaps so, but obviously we've now replaced the diesel cat, which is fantastic to see that he is still going to get some race time. Obviously, some points is better than no points. The DNF looked very bad on the record for the season, so of course this will help him at least retain some kind of score. But yeah, I mean, it's such a shame again to have him out for so long of the race. We've just 5.5 minutes left to go of this race. Yes, it's unfortunately it's going to be very, very difficult for Martin Gibson to make any kind of. Whoa, we've got a lot of smoke coming out of the back of someone at the far side, just out of Goodwood.
I thought the Red Arrows were making an appearance.
There is a huge amount of smoke. I am wondering whether that is a fire or whether that is possibly, well, looking very white smoke. It could be a turbo seal, perhaps, burning a lot of oil. Are we going to see any flags as we see Ryan Smith now coming back out to the last chicane?
It's one of the white trucks, guys, that's gone missing.
Let's have a look which white trucks we have come back round. Well, we've still got O'Rourke and Taylor.
It's Jock.
It's got to be Jock, yeah. Jock Borthwick having some very smoky issues. He's pulled over. We'll soon see whether or not he's in a safe enough position to carry on the race. We have a door open. I think the amount of smoke, if he's going to get out, they are going to have to red flag the race.
Yeah.
So if he does leave the cab, still lots of battling going on though, of course, with Division 1, with Tom O'Rourke holding back Mark Taylor and John Newell. Some interesting racing from these guys, as now we see Martin Gibson quickly catching up with Simon Cole and looking for Bradley Smith next on his first lap of the second race today. Quite a group of marshals now gathering down the side of Church. Jock Borthwick is officially out of the truck and walking across the grass. It's quite a long way away, that is, so I'm not sure whether he's waiting for a lift.
He's on the infield.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. He's obviously going to be extremely upset. But of course, has anybody noticed that he's out? This is an issue, of course. Is he in a runoff area where he could come to any harm? Again, still no flags on the circuit, so all must be good.
Yeah, I think where he's parked it, he's very far on the infield there, so I don't think they see it as too much of a problem at the moment. But whatever it was that was causing the smoke, he ran out of it because eventually the smoke
You're not very
stopped.
optimistic, are you? There's no flags around the circuit.
There's no flags around the circuit. I mean, it's it's looking
Is this
good.
truck racing?
Yeah, I know what's going on. Usually we'd have something on fire by now. I mean, I'm quite disappointed if I'm honest. Ryan Smith pulling ahead very nicely now as he seems to settle it into his groove. But the battle for second place continues with Dave Jenkins all over the back end of Stuart Oliver again in his number 7 Volvo Bullnose. Down into club again now, we've got Tom O'Rourke still holding his position in overall 4th. Mark Taylor, John Newell, Adam Bint though still very, very good at the moment. Steve Powell rearranging the tyre wall again. That is now officially on the track. So we will probably it'll certainly make the chicane a hell of a lot tighter than it was already.
There's 2 lines through it now.
Indeed, Bradley Smith coming through there with Martin Gibson, so no room to pass him on the inside or the outside. Martin Gibson comes into contact, throwing those tyres even further in. Simon Cole managing to miss the tyres. This could cause an issue when we see Stuart Oliver and Dave Jenkins come back through.
Yeah, Cole had an issue there changing gear for a second. He really spiked the revs, but yeah, that tyre stack has it didn't just sort of open up the second apex of the corner. Now it's just made the entire thing narrower, but at least there's 2 lines around it now. It's almost like a Joker lap.
I'd like to pat on the back whoever actually made that, because it's been hit by several tons of truck now and it's still in one piece.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
I mean, I'm terribly impressed. Looking at the lap times now with just 2 minutes left of the race, Smith now pulling a 2.5 second faster lap time away. Obviously he's got clean air and no traffic, but very, very close together. We
Red flags, guys, red flags,
red flags. We've got the red flags. Can we see why we've got the red flags though? Ryan Smith hitting the tyre wall. We see Stuart Oliver, he misses the tyres, so does Dave Jenkins. But have the scrutineers or the clerk of the course pulled that red flag for those tyres, or is there another reason that we've not seen as yet?
I can't see anything from here, Pointy, so I'm assuming it's your
tyre stack.
Track, yeah.
Well, judging by the results we've got so far, yeah,
Taylor's
that's it. Mark Taylor has completely KO'd over the tyre wall. We have what looks to be the front left wheel off the floor. We've also got fluids, we've got liquids. I do believe he's bossed his radiator. We've got a traffic jam coming out now of club. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
He just drove into it.
Absolutely. I mean, someone needs to tell Mark to get into the pits. Whatever that has been dropped, I hope it's just water.
Yeah, he's put a lot of liquid
trailing
down.
a lot. We see now a snail pace of trucks coming through, a steaming puddle of whatever Mark Taylor left on the exit to church.
Is that his talent down there?
Shots fired, Chaz. Come on now. So we have 2 minutes left of the race. The question is now, of course, will we have a restart, or will it just go to as the results settle?
I think Cole's just stopped to take a
I'm
picture.
pretty sure that'll be it, Pointy.
Yeah, so Cole is also rolling back here. I think Cole might have lost drive for some reason.
There's liquid
I think
underneath
they're
his
going
truck
round
as
again
well.
very slowly, just doing a bit of a celebration for the spectators at the moment. So
we've got a lot of liquid here.
Cole
underneath
has
his
also
truck as well.
stopped and is also having an issue on the exit to church. We have stopped Craig Evans, but Simon Cole seems to be blocking the track at the moment.
Now, don't forget, sorry to cut over you, but don't forget he had issues. You can see whatever it is dripping underneath the truck from here, but he had issues getting into gear a lap or so ago.
He got going again though, guys, as he came out of this. I think it was only a gear change problem with you in the bales.
He has now started but left quite the puddle on the track. Thank goodness this is the last race of the day, because I believe there is going to be a lot of cleaning to do before we have any more racing here at Thruxton this weekend. So we have the timer has gone to 0, with Smith, Oliver and Jenkins taking the top 3 in Division 1, Bint, Powell and Craig Reed the top 3 for Division 2. If you're watching the live feed at home, we can see here a replay of Mark Taylor coming round and completely head on trashing into that tyre bale and instantly puncturing his radiator. Thus now, of course, the spectators here at Thruxton can see quite the lake of whatever it is he's left on the track. Dave Jenkins, Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver now slowly making their way round it'll be really important that they try and avoid whatever's on the track, because of course they don't want to get anything on their tyres either.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it gives Ryan Smith more excuse to cut that curb completely again, doesn't it?
Well, he does like that bit, yeah.
I'm down in the assembly area, guys. Give me the result if you've got one, and I'll see if I can pick some drivers out.
it stands, we've got Ryan Smith in first place, Stuart Oliver in second, Dave Jenkins in third, overall Tom O'Rourke in fourth, Taylor in fifth, and John Newell in sixth. Division 2, we've got Adam Bint in first place, Stephen Powell in second, Craig Reed in third. We've then got Bradley Smith, Simon Cole, Craig Evans, Jack Borthwick, and of course dead last, finishing or starting the race late, is of course Martin Gibson. Quite a bit of action to be seen here at Thruxton Circuit for the last race of Saturday. I'm going to hand you back over to John now down in the Parc Ferme, whilst I make my way back to try and figure out who to hand some silverware to.
Ryan Smith's just come in. Simon Cole's out of the truck, not looking too happy at the moment, so we're going to work with Ryan. Yeah, we've got our top 3 in Division 1 coming in down here, so we'll get a quick chat with them in a moment. Chaz, just let's get things lined up. Everybody a little bit disgruntled down here, and things changing around. Smithy's got the door open. I'll walk over there, give him a chance to get his helmet off. Just talking to his team at the moment, taking the helmet off. He'll be out of the truck in a second or two, I'm sure. Stuart Oliver's there doing exactly the same in the second truck just behind, so we'll get a word with them once they jump out of the truck. Come on, Ryan, how'd you get? Long way down from up there, mate. Well done, 2 out of 2, but that was a bit different.
That was for the crowd. The crowd's been here all day long, you know. I hope they enjoyed that one. Martin went off with Diesel, so we knew Diesel were down. We just thought, be patient, you know, and bring it home. Yeah, fantastic. Really enjoyed that. I hope the crowd enjoyed it. And come on, England!
Well, I guess I know what you'll be doing tonight then.
Yeah, we've got to stick with this country, haven't we? Even if we don't like football, but, you know, looking forward to a good day tomorrow. My team's worked tirelessly. You know, the guys who I'm racing against, you know, put a good effort in, and we try and put a show on for the people. And I'll be riding around there later on, talking to some drunken people.
Well, 2 wins out of 2 today. That's more points in the championship tally, which means you're opening up the little gap at the top now.
Well, that's what we said. This is a transition period to get us to Europe. What an amazing championship we're in here. And, you know, we've got some fantastic drivers, and we just keep striding to new depths and see what we can do.
Well done indeed. Congratulations. Talk to you tomorrow, Ryan. And I've got wide man Oliver with me. Stuart, you're making that truck pretty wide.
Yeah, it just wasn't wide enough. But no, credit to Ryan. You know, he put the truck where he needed to be to get up the inside, and you know he has got tremendous grip, and you know he just came through at a point where I just couldn't defend it. So you know, fair play. But I enjoyed that because you know Dave was nibbling at my heels as well. So I had to keep him at bay and trying to make up on Ryan. You know, at least try and keep with him.
Got a bit close to the pit wall on one lap. You pulled across the circuit. Dave was having a little go here and there, and it looked pretty tight.
Yeah, well, that's right. You give him a no. You had about an inch and a half spare, I reckon. That was enough.
Well, you've come home, all of you have come home in fairly clean shape. A bit of a different race, though. Red flag at the end due to those bales down there, and 1 or 2 drivers going off, so probably the right result.
Yeah, it was. The bales were in a bad place, without a doubt, but it was a shame. You know, it's nice to go to the checkered flag, but I think we're about 2 minutes short of the finish. But, yeah, it was... you know, for the people that's here, they always want to see as much race as possible, but tomorrow is another day.
Indeed, and I'm told the weather forecast is good now.
Oh, excellent, yeah. Well, we just need a good result tonight on the pitch, and we'll be able to have a good day again tomorrow.
With an accent like that, I thought you went out a couple of weeks ago, didn't you?
No, I'm south of the border, thank you.
Well done, Stuart. See you tomorrow, if not later on. Now, Dave Jenks has wandered away, but Adam Bint's still here. So let's get a word with Adam. Adam, first in Division 2, you must be happy. Oh.
Yeah, it was a good race. We was giving the boys in Division 1 a bit of a run for their money, but they kept backing off to try and not get involved. But in the end, I was trying to have to do something because I could see the rest of Division 2 in the background coming up behind us.
Well, Chop was giving you a run for the money at one stage.
I didn't even see him, if I'm honest with you. I was too concentrating on
I think he was in front of you at one stage. Was he not?
No, it was Tom. Tom.
Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah, it must have been Tom then. But so was you sandbagging earlier on because you had a problem with the truck and then that put you on pole
In
position?
Park Fermo with Ryan Smith, 2 out of 2. That was sensational.
It was good. I bet it felt good, so I bet it looked good to watch. But no, I got sweat on in the cab. It was quite warm. I'd seen that somebody put diesel on the track, and there were chaos after the first lap. And I thought, wait now. And we dealt with Dave. We come on to Stuart, and Stuart's, you know, he's a seasoned pro at defending. And yeah, we had a good race. Even not about the result, the race was good, and I think the fans liked it. They was all waving on the after the finish. So I think it was a good race for spectators. Stuart was good on the brakes in places, and I thought, right, okay, well, if we not do you on the brakes, we'll do you on the exit.
I mean, there were so many talking points. First of all, Gibbo leaving the track before the start, taking advantage of the spin between the two guys in first and second place. That put you up to sort of fourth automatically. And the race between you and Stuart was about 5 or 6 laps. You were about 6 inches from his rear bumper. It's a
common thing now. This is the beauty with the reverse grid format. You know, I start from the back, I pick my way through. We ain't got a big budget, so we want the least amount of damage. So, you know, that's what we base ourselves on, trying to be clean, trying to be correct, trying to show other people respect, and so on and so forth.
Little Ethan got your trophy this morning. Who's getting this one?
I'm going to give it the UFI managing UK directors here. They've supported me. UFI have supported me amazingly well. So the trophy will go on Carl Riddin's desk, and he'll enjoy that one.
If you go 5 out of 5, can I have one?
I think this man will argue I won't be 5 out of 5, but if I get 5 out of 5, I'll give you one.
Right, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Going to move straight on to Stuart Oliver, if that's okay. Just brilliant entertainment. 1,500 fans here today. Save the best to last.
Yeah, that was good. That, you know, it's, you know, credit to Ryan. You know, he had the legs on us at the right place. I could defend him all the way around, but coming out of there, you kind of get through and over to do a defence. You know, and last thing you want to do is go at the pit wall. So you can squeeze, but you can't block. You know. So
how aware were you of what was happening to Gibbo?
None whatsoever, other than they said he was pulled off the grid because his cap was gone, and he told us on the radio, and that was a shame because he would have been mixed among right among it. So, but I think he did get out in the end. So hopefully he bagged a few points, which is not because this championship. If you have a DNF, it takes a lot of making up.
Yeah, he came out with about 5 minutes to go to grab those points. So a 4th and a 2nd today for yourself.
Yeah.
Is that a good day?
It's reasonable, yeah, it's reasonable. We're still up in among it there, you know. Obviously Ryan's had 2 wins, so that makes him, you know, limp ahead, you know, jump ahead a bit. But you know, tomorrow's another day. We'll see what we can do and go from there.
What do you do overnight to try and catch him tomorrow?
Watch the football. No, well, we've got a bit of. You know, sort of few things that, you know, we've got to look at things, and it was very, very bumpy. And, you know, sort of this morning in qualifying, the truck was completely different to what it is there now, and we haven't done a lot of changes, if any at all. So, yeah, so.
Stuart, appreciate your time.
Good stuff.
Have a good rest of the night. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers.
I'd love to find Adam Bint. I can see his truck down there. Should we go for a little walk and see if we can get hold of Adam? Maybe just go, mind your feet, mind your feet. Plenty of oil on the track. Or the black and orange one. Jock Borthwick, you're desperate for a podium place. What happened?
Turbo blew there. Truck was going well, felt pretty racy. Had a bit in it, I think. Craig and Steve Steve going very well, but I tagged on behind them. I thought, yeah, I've got the pace. I can tag on, they maybe have a little fight, maybe come in later. And I was convinced I was going to be there, and the turbo blew. So
because you're second and third place for a long time.
Yeah.
Regardless of the result, that must give you confidence going into tomorrow.
Oh, great, and I'm learning the track. I'm just running out of turbos, you know. So anybody got some turbos that can chip down would be appreciated.
Literally, what do you have to do overnight to get ready for race 3 tomorrow?
I put 2 turbos on today, so I've run out of turbos. And sticking turbos on it every race, there's a problem that we need to find a problem.
With all respect, your hands are filthy, John. Is it literally you doing it?
That's refitting the last turbo. But it's great, and we will get there. We'll get it sorted, and we will be there. But it's just painful till you get there.
We absolutely have our fingers crossed for you tomorrow, John. I look forward to speaking to you with some silverware in your hands.
If I can't get a turbo tonight, I'm needing some guys to push me around, so if you can find something, that'd be great.
Best of luck. Have a great evening.
Thanks.
Cheers, John. Right, I really want to thank Adam Bint.